Chapter 976. They couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Big brother Xiaoyang. Cousin, they called out softly, worried about Xiao Yang's safety. Xiaoyang smiled and comforted them. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Let's hope so. Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, and Long Nu forced a smile and watched Xiaoyang leave. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation naturally sensed their emotions and could only comfort them. Junior sisters, don't worry too much. The first palace master already knew about this situation, but he didn't deal with it directly because he has more important things to do. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't want to deal with Zhuqiuhong and the others. Really? Lan Jiaoye asked worriedly. Let's go back to the cave and wait patiently. 3,000 Lu brought them back. Now, there was no other way but to wait. They could only pin their hopes on the first palace master, hoping that the first palace master wasn't a self-indulgent ruler. Xiaoyang, 3,000 Light, and Lu Dongxing flew with the wind. Hall Master Lu, why is the palace master looking for us? 3,000 Light frowned and asked. Because of the unknown, they were a little nervous. At least they had to be mentally prepared. Lu Dongxing smiled and sensed their worries. He couldn't help but comfort them. The first palace master is looking for you. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Don't worry. The group of people flew to the top of another mountain and arrived at the entrance of a large hall. Lu Dongxing shouted, Palace master, they're here. Come in together. The first palace master, Li Shuri's voice came from the hall. Let's go in. Lu Dongxing shouted and then led Xiaoyang and 3,000 Light into the hall. In the hall, the first palace master Li Shuri was reviewing documents. After reviewing several documents, he put down the pen in his hand and raised his head, looking at Xiaoyang and the other two with a spirited gaze. Greetings, palace master. Xiaoyang and the other two bowed. Greetings, I know about your situation. This time, I called you over because I have something to entrust you with. Li Shuri said indifferently. Even if we have to go through water and tread on fire, we promise to complete the mission that the hall master has given us. Lu Dongxing, 3,000 Light, and Xiaoyang hurriedly lowered their heads and accepted the order. After all, the poison sect superior was the Jigo sect. Xiaoyang was a disciple of both the poison sect and the Jigo sect. Thus, Xiaoyang's performance would determine the fate of the poison sect. If Xiaoyang performed well, the Jigo sect would consider reducing the poison sect's offerings. On the other hand, if Xiaoyang's performance was too poor, it might increase the poison sect's tributes. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't reject Li Shuri's mission. Li Shuri said, All right, it's good that you guys are considerate. Lu Dongxing, you were previously the Vice Hall Master of the Training Hall. You will now be promoted to the Hall Master of the Training Hall. You will be in charge of everything related to the Hall Master. Lu Dongxing was overjoyed and immediately bowed. Yes, Hall Master. I definitely won't disappoint you. Li Shuri nodded, then turned to 3,000 Light. 3,000 Light, your cultivation is extraordinary and your combat strength is astonishing. You defeated Zhuqiuhong on your own, which is very rare. I appoint you as the training hall's vice hall master to assist Hall Master Lu Dongxing in managing the training hall. Do you have any objections? This disciple obeys. 3,000 Light bowed in thanks. From this moment on, 3,000 Light could be considered someone with an official status, and a rather high one at that. After all, there was a huge difference between someone with an official status and someone without one. Except for the challenge flag, at any time if others wanted to find fault, they had to consider the officials of the Jiguang sect. As long as they touched them, they were provoking the officials of the Jiguang sect, which was equivalent to provoking the entire Jiguang sect. Disciples without an official status only represented themselves, so they could only be bullied and humiliated by the officials. Just look at 3,000 Stream, 3,000 Desolation, and the other disciples of the first hall. 3,000 Extreme, Zhuqiuhong and Zhuqiuhong had a tight grip on them. Because Zhuqiu Tang and the others had official status who dared to resist. Once they resisted, they would be regarded as traitors and held accountable. Fortunately, 3,000 Light had a special item like the challenge banners. Otherwise, 3,000 Light, Xiaoyang, and the others would be bullied by Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Well, very good. Li Shuri nodded with a satisfied expression. He looked at Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, although your combat strength is extraordinary, you're new to the Jigo sect, so your foundation is still shallow. You can go to the law enforcement hall as a team leader and take over Zhuqiu Tang's position. Do you have any objections? Yes, Hall Master. Xiaoyang hurriedly bowed and thanked him. It was equivalent to Xiaoyang also having official status. As long as he didn't encounter the challenge banners, he could almost do whatever he wanted in the Jigo sect. Well, in addition to doing your job, you also need to actively prepare for the competition. There's still a month before the outstanding disciples of the 3 halls will participate in the competition. Our first hall has been ranked last for 10 consecutive years, so you have to work hard and stand out in the competition. Li Shuri instructed. Yes. Xiaoyang and the other 2 cupped their fists and promised. After leaving the main hall, Xiaoyang asked, Senior Brother Qianguang, can anyone participate in the 3 halls competition? 3,000 Light smiled and patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder, saying, yes, but the quota is limited. Cultivate well. If you encounter something you don't understand, we can discuss it. Now that he had the cultivation of 6th-stage Wu Zun, he was naturally qualified to give advice because he didn't know that Xiaoyang was reincarnated. Thank you, Senior Brother. Let's work hard together. Xiaoyang thanked him. Lu Dongxing explained with a smile. Junior Brother Xiaoyang, don't be nervous. Over the years, among the participants of the 3 halls, the highest cultivation is Wu Zun's 7th stage. Experts at this level are almost the masters of a hall. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. According to this, the master of the law enforcement hall was also Wu Zun's 7th stage, the same realm as Zhuqiu Hang. At that time, he probably wouldn't have a chance to fight. Lu Dongxing teased again, saying, Zhuqiu Hang was originally qualified to fight, but he was eliminated by you. Of course, although Zhuqiu Hang is qualified to fight, he has been the loser for 10 years. Xiaoyang and 3,000 Light couldn't help but laugh. However, it could also be seen that the people of the 2nd and 3rd halls were incomparably powerful and unfathomable. The 3 of them began to separate. Xiaoyang said, I'll go take up my post first. We'll meet again in the future. 3,000 Light and Lu Dongxing bade farewell. After he left, Xiaoyang headed towards the law enforcement hall. Previously, Zhuqiu Tang was a small team captain of the law enforcement hall, and he led 4 subordinates of the law enforcement hall. He was awe-inspiring, insufferably arrogant, and looked down on everyone. Now, Xiaoyang could enjoy being an official. When he arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, he saw Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others waiting there. Xiaoyang withdrew the energy of the laws and slowly descended in midair before them. The 4 of them hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Captain. Chapter 977. When Xiaoyang arrived, the 1st hall master had already sent out a notice to let them know that Xiaoyang had replaced Zhuqiu Tang. It's you guys. When Xiaoyang saw the 4 of them, he was stunned for a moment before his expression turned joyful. One should know that Zhuqiu Tang had led Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others to fight with Xiaoyang. Both sides had a grudge against each other. Now that Xiaoyang had become their immediate superior, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with them. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and Xiaoyang's expressions immediately changed. They looked terrified and their eyes were full of fear. Xiaoyang's strength had long been imprinted in their hearts. They had seen Xiaoyang fight against 4 people and successfully defeat Zhuqiu Tang. Slave left mirror, slave right mirror, 3,000 extreme, and the others. If Xiaoyang wanted to deal with them, it would only take him a few moves or a few words. Captain, we didn't mean to offend you before. We were just following orders. Please forgive us. Chun Fai, Chin Fajing, and the others immediately panicked. They had unspeakable bitterness in their hearts. One should know that they had fought with Xiaoyang before and had offended Xiaoyang. Now that Xiaoyang had become their superior in the blink of an eye, it would be strange if they were not afraid. Xiaoyang chuckled and comforted them. Don't worry. I, Xiaoyang, am not someone to be underestimated. If you work hard for me, you won't be at a disadvantage. Thank you, Captain. Chan Fai, Chin Fajing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiaoyang was tolerant and understanding. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would be ruthless and merciless. Xiaoyang nodded and said, Let's go. Take me in and let me check the mission and work. Chin Fai and the others naturally did not dare to refuse. They respectfully led Xiaoyang inside. After entering, there were much fewer people around. Chan Fai hastily took out a magic treasure from his storage ring and respectfully handed it to Xiaoyang, saying, Captain, this is a token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. Seeing this, Chin Fajing and the others hurriedly took out treasures from their storage rings and offered them to Xiaoyang. In the past, when Zhuqiu Tang came to take office, Zhuqiu Tang did the same thing. He asked for some benefits. Otherwise, the law enforcers would suffer. It was necessary to make things difficult for them. Of course, Xiaoyang was not that kind of person. If he said that this matter was over, then it was over. Xiaoyang glanced at them and glanced at the treasures in their hands. He curled his lips and said with a smile, Who do you think I am? Was he the second Zhuqiu Tang? I won't do what Zhuqiu Tang did. He righteously refused them. Xiaoyang hated Zhuqiu Tang's character. Naturally, he would not be the second Zhuqiu Tang. Well, this immediately put Chin Fai, Chin Fajing, and the others in a difficult position. Although they knew Xiaoyang's character, if Xiaoyang did not accept the treasures, they would feel uneasy. Chin Fai hurriedly explained, Captain, we were wrong in the first place. If you don't accept it, we'll feel bad. Seeing how sincere they were, Xiaoyang frowned. He thought for a moment and said, I don't care about treasures. If any of you have poison, you can provide me with some. Or if you know where strong poison is, you can provide me with the information. Chin Fai, Chin Fajing, and the others' eyes lit up. They smiled embarrassedly and put away the treasures, saying, Captain, the first mountain of the first palace has this kind of poison. That's the Poison Valley. Even Wu Zun of the 6th or 7th rank can't withstand the poison. Captain, be careful, or you'll be stained. They were very concerned about Xiaoyang. Because Xiaoyang did not accept their treasures, they respected Xiaoyang's character even more. Xiaoyang nodded and said, Let's go. There's no mission now. Take me to the Poison Valley of the first mountain to take a look. Chun Fai and the others naturally did not have any objections. Since their superiors requested this, the subordinates naturally had to do their best to accompany them. The group headed to the Poison Valley of the first mountain. Standing outside the Poison Valley, Chin Fai and Chin Fajing looked at the yellow miasma inside the Poison Valley. They were alarmed, especially when they heard the hissing sounds of the poisonous creatures inside, which made their scalp go numb. Even if they were Wu Zun of the 4th rank, they did not dare to approach the Poison Valley. On the contrary, Xiaoyang's eyes lit up when he saw the Poison Valley. He was excited and overjoyed. So many strong poisons, such strong poison. So many poisonous creatures. I'm rich, I'm rich. There's hope for me to raise my cultivation. Xiaoyang's heart was boiling. His eyes were burning with passion, and he wanted nothing more than to rush in. He subconsciously took a step forward, but was immediately pulled back by Chin Fai and Chin Fajing. Captain, it's very dangerous inside. You can't go in carelessly. They tried to persuade him with worried expressions. Xiaoyang could naturally see their sincerity. He coughed dryly and said, Well, you're right. Then don't go in carelessly. Now listen to my orders and return to the law enforcement hall immediately. If you have any missions, come and inform me. Just stay here and comprehend the poison arts. Seeing that Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others were unwilling to leave, and seeing their expressions of disbelief, it seemed that they could not disobey the orders of their superiors. Their expressions were conflicted, and their eyes were helpless. Xiao Yang could not help but laugh and said, "All right, stop being so wishy-washy. It wasn't easy for me to become a captain. Do you think I'm courting death?" Seeing that they were still unwilling to leave, he could only continue to explain, "You also know that the competition between the 3 halls is about to begin. We have to hurry up and raise our cultivation, so it's normal to race against time to cultivate. The feng shui here is good, the environment is good, and the spirit qi is abundant. I plan to cultivate here. You can go." Hearing Xiao Yang's explanation, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others could only leave. After they left, Xiao Yang did not say a word and directly used his movement technique. In an instant, he entered the poison valley. He cultivated the poison arts, had a poison body, and had opened up a poison vein. As long as he had enough poison, he could endlessly raise his cultivation. With such a terrifying poison valley in front of him, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. After entering the poison valley, Xiao Yang immediately felt a strong poison invading his body. The poisonous flowers and plants in the surroundings seemed to have a life of their own, constantly moving toward Xiao Yang as if they wanted to devour Xiao Yang. This greatly surprised Xiao Yang, and he felt that it was inconceivable. In addition, many small poisonous creatures seemed to have found a new target. They constantly approached Xiao Yang as if they wanted to treat Xiao Yang as food. "You came at the right time. I'll absorb a wave of you first," Xiao Yang muttered. Then he did not continue to go deeper. Sitting on the spot, he began to circulate the heaven-devouring poison art, madly absorbing the poisonous gas in the surroundings and constantly raising his cultivation. Any plant or animal that came close to him would instantly wither. When the poisonous plants, flowers, and creatures came into contact with Xiao Yang, the poison in their bodies was instantly absorbed by Xiao Yang. After the poison was removed, they immediately withered and died. Chapter 978. The remaining poisonous flowers, grass, and creatures that hadn't yet approached stopped when they sensed the danger. Then they hurriedly ran away, wanting to distance themselves from Xiao Yang. However, Xiao Yang's suction force swept over and instantly swallowed the poison in their bodies, turning it into a part of his cultivation. After absorbing half a cup of tea's worth of poison here, Xiao Yang's cultivation had a huge improvement. This made Xiao Yang extremely happy and excited. At this rate, he would soon break through to the 5th stage of Wu Zun. This was still within a few meters of the poison valley. If he continued to go deeper, the stronger the poison, the faster his cultivation would increase. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang became even more excited. Xiao Yang didn't stay outside. After cultivating for a while and obtaining huge benefits, his heart became restless again. He couldn't help but get up and go deeper into the poison valley. As he went deeper, the surrounding poisonous gas became denser and denser. Moreover, the poisonous gas became more tyrannical and intense. If the previous poisonous gas could kill a 4th stage expert like Wu Zun, then the current poisonous gas could kill a 5th stage expert like Wu Zun. Although Xiao Yang had a poison vein, after reaching this point, he still felt a little strenuous. Although he had a poison physique, it didn't mean that he could withstand the attack of the poison all at once. He also needed to refine and absorb the poison. This was like a spirit stone, storing spirit energy. If the spirit energy suddenly surged violently, then the spirit stone wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. Xiao Yang was in such a situation. He needed to slowly absorb and refine the spirit energy. After going a few dozen meters, Xiao Yang decided to sit cross-legged and cultivate again. The poisonous gas here could easily kill a 5th stage expert like Wu Zun. For a 4th stage expert like Wu Zun, It was enough for Xiaoyang to cultivate. Xiaoyang sat cross-legged and began to circulate the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art, silently cultivating. The poisonous gas in the surroundings constantly lingered around him as he absorbed it. Some poisonous gases had no color, but miasma did. Visible to the naked eye, the green, yellow, and black miasma in the surroundings kept sweeping toward Xiaoyang. This was because Xiaoyang released a suction force that drew them over, turning them into nourishment for Xiaoyang to increase his cultivation. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and swallowed a large amount of poisonous gas. In addition, there was also a large amount of poisonous gas around his body that was constantly corroding his body. Xiaoyang also felt the intense pain. It was this kind of torment that trained Xiaoyang's will and tempered his growth. When Xiaoyang was almost unable to bear it any longer, Xiaoyang instantly stimulated the poison vein in his body and absorbed all the poison in the surroundings in an instant. Using the poison vein as a buffer, Xiaoyang rapidly refined and absorbed the huge amount of poisonous gas, causing his cultivation to increase tremendously in an instant. After absorbing the poisonous gas, Wu Zun's cultivation, which was originally at the 4th step, sharply increased to the 5th step of Wu Zun's cultivation. After breaking through to this realm, Xiaoyang was very excited and happy. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. Then he continued to absorb the poisonous gas and continuously refined it, turning it into cultivation energy. Having just broken through to the 5th step of Wu Zun's cultivation, he now needed to stabilize his cultivation. This huge amount of poisonous gas was the nourishment for him to stabilize his cultivation. After half a day, Xiaoyang had almost completely absorbed all the poisonous gas in a radius of several tens of meters. The concentration of poisonous gas in the surroundings was reduced to the lowest level in history. It must be known that after a long time of brewing, the poisonous gas had already become thick and viscous. After such a long time, there were even fewer Jigo sect disciples who came here, causing the poisonous gas here to gradually become dense and terrifying. Now, Xiaoyang had absorbed all the poisonous gas by himself, which showed how terrifying his absorption capacity was. So refreshing. Xiaoyang opened his eyes, which were flowing with a bright light. His body released the terrifying aura of the 5th step of Wu Zun. He stood up and clenched his fist. His fist seemed to contain an astonishing amount of power, enough to destroy 10 mountains with a single punch. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, his heart unprecedentedly excited. Is this the power of the 5th step of Wu Zun? It's really amazing. Now, even if Xiaoyang met a 6th-step powerhouse of Wu Zun, he was confident that he could fight. Looking at the surroundings, he noticed that the poisonous insects in the surroundings had long since left. Those that didn't leave had already turned into corpses. Under the effect of the poison, they were gradually rotting, slowly becoming a part of the soil and poisonous gas. Those poisonous grasses, flowers, trees, vines, and other poisonous plants were now withered, as if their vitality had been sucked out, and they were on the verge of death. Xiaoyang calmly turned around, reluctantly looking at the depths of the poison valley, and then slowly walked out of the poison insect valley. If Xiaoyang continued to go deeper into the poison valley, he would definitely be able to continue increasing his cultivation realm. But for now there was no need, because if his cultivation realm increased too quickly, it would lead to an unstable foundation. Therefore, Xiaoyang thought that he should train and fight more. After he familiarized himself with this realm, he could once again enter the poison valley to cultivate. This way, there wouldn't be any side effects from increasing his cultivation realm. After Xiaoyang walked out of the poison valley, he saw Chanfai standing outside the poison valley. Xiaoyang couldn't help but be astonished. Before Xiaoyang entered the poison valley, he had instructed Chanfai to let Chanfai and the others leave. Could it be that they came over for something? Xiaoyang carried doubts as he floated down from the sky and landed in front of Chanfai. Looking at Chanfai's anxious expression, he frowned and asked, "Chanfai, why are you looking for me?" Qin Fai was shocked when he heard Xiao Yang's voice. When he left, Xiao Yang said that he would cultivate outside the Poison Valley and comprehend a cultivation technique. In the end, when he came to take a look, Xiao Yang's figure was long gone. This made Chen Fai very anxious and worried. This was because he knew that Xiao Yang was definitely unwilling to stand outside the Poison Valley. They had previously seen Xiao Yang's yearning for the Poison Valley and would definitely go deep into the Poison Valley. When he thought that Xiao Yang might have entered the Poison Valley, Qin Fai was worried to death. For a moment, he felt that it wasn't right to stay here, but it also wasn't right to leave. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Yang's voice and jumped in fright. "Captain, why you're here?" Qin Fai shouted excitedly. As long as Xiao Yang was fine, it was fine. Otherwise, they couldn't escape the blame. After all, they were the ones who brought Xiao Yang to this place. They had previously followed Zhuqiu Tang, but Zhuqiu Tang had perished. Now that they were following Xiao Yang, they couldn't let them perish too. If that happened, who would dare to ask them to follow them? Xiao Yang nodded and said indifferently, "Speak. Why are you looking for me?" Qin Fai saw that Xiao Yang was safe and sound and heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said, "Captain, it's good that you're fine. It's like this." The captain suddenly called the 9 squad captains and said that there was something urgent. "So I came to find you." Chapter 979. Okay, I got it. Let's go back to the law enforcement hall together. Xiao Yang responded and flew back to the law enforcement hall with his cultivation. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he had left Qin Fai behind. This left Qin Fai dumbfounded. Half a day ago, Xiao Yang was only Wu Zun's rank for cultivation. Even if his movement, technique, and speed were terrifying, it was impossible for him to reach such a level. It had only been a short period of time, and Xiao Yang had already grown to such a terrifying extent, which almost shocked Qin Fai to death. "Captain, wait for me. Wait for me. This Poison Valley is terrifying. I'm scared." Qin Fai felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly unleashed his power of law and chased after Xiao Yang. When he returned to the law enforcement hall, panting, Xiao Yang was already standing in a row with the other captains. Xiao Yang was secretly pleased. After breaking through to Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation, his speed, movement technique, and punches and kicks had greatly improved. If he used martial arts, his power would increase by several times. Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation base was a watershed. Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation base and below could only use the power of law. At Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation base, they could use the power of origin. The power of origin was much more noble than the power of law. Of course, Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation base was not rare in the Jigo sect. For example, these captains were all Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation base. Only people with this cultivation base could become captains. Captain Chen Feilai looked at the 9 captains sternly and did not speak. On the other hand, the other captains were puzzled. Xiao Yang's team was the first team. The captain of the first team was originally Zhuqiu Tang. However, now that Xiao Yang had taken over Zhuqiu Tang's position as the squad leader, they were surprised and puzzled. Those squad leaders were often out on missions, so they were not very clear about what happened in the first palace. Who is this kid? Why are you standing here? Where did Zhuqiu Tang go? Where is he? Could it be that this kid has taken over Zhuqiu Tang's position? Are you kidding me? Many captains were discussing, softly. Among them, Li Qiufeng, the captain of the second squad, was a close friend of Zhuqiu Tang. When he saw Xiao Yang taking over Zhuqiu Tang's position, he immediately felt indignant and said angrily, "Can any Tom, Dick, or Harry be a squad leader now? I don't know what the higher-ups are doing. They don't use useful people, and instead use such young and incompetent people." He was obviously indirectly scolding Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang ignored him and closed his eyes slightly as if he was taking a nap. Because Xiao Yang did not refute, Li Qiufeng became more excited. He raised his voice and said, "Hey, captain of the first squad, who are you? What are you doing here? Did they ask you to come? Where is Zhuqiutang?" Li Qiufeng stared directly at Xiao Yang and asked loudly. Captain Chen Feilai stood calmly like a wooden stake, as if he did not see what had happened. He was also dissatisfied with Xiao Yang. One had to know that when Zhuqiutang was a squad leader, he had given a lot of good things to Chen Feilai. In the end, when Xiao Yang became a squad leader, Xiao Yang did not show any interest at all. This naturally made Chen Feilai unhappy. Since Captain Chen Feilai was dissatisfied with Xiao Yang, he naturally did not mind letting others teach Xiao Yang a lesson. Among all the squad leaders, Li Qiufeng was the strongest. Even Zhuqiutang could not withstand one move from him. Therefore, Li Qiufeng had always been arrogant and domineering. Now that he saw how cowardly Xiao Yang was, and how Chen Feilai was indulging him, he placed his attention on Xiao Yang. He laughed coldly, the corners of his mouth curling up as he mocked. "Who is this? I'm talking to you. Are you mute? Do you believe that I'll teach you a lesson? Everyone in the first squad is a coward, isn't it? Look at how their captain is being bullied, but they don't even dare to fart." The members of the second squad mocked and looked at Xiao Yang and the others with disdain. As they roared, the other squads looked down on Xiao Yang and the others even more. Listening to their ridicule and sarcasm and looking at their disdainful eyes, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others lowered their heads in shame and blushed. When Zhuqiutang was the leader, they were often humiliated by other squads and were almost used to it. Although Li Qiufeng was on good terms with Zhuqiutang, it was only a personal relationship. In official business, the squads often competed with each other. Captain Chen Feilai was also happy to see such a competitive scene. In his words, there was a breakthrough when there was competition. "Hey, what do you mean by not saying anything? Are you looking down on me? I can't stand being looked down upon. Do you want to practice?" Li Qiufeng was arrogant and high-spirited. As long as he taught Xiao Yang another lesson, he would be able to establish his position as the best captain. "I'm Xiao Yang. I've taken over Zhuqiutang's position as captain. Greetings, captain." Xiao Yang knew that he could not continue to sleep. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others behind him. Seeing them being humiliated to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads, their self-esteem must have suffered a huge blow. Captain Chen Feilai glanced at Xiao Yang and snorted, saying, "Solve the grievances between you squad leaders first, so that you don't know where to start when you cooperate." This was clearly condoning Li Qiufeng's domineering behavior. He also hoped that Li Qiufeng would defeat Xiao Yang, so that Xiao Yang would know how powerful he was and cooperate with others. "Xiao Yang, right? Where's Zhuqiutang? Did you use some scheme to drag Zhuqiutang into the water, then use your connections to take the position that originally belonged to Zhuqiutang?" Li Qiufeng stepped out of the line and came in front of Xiao Yang, staring coldly at Xiao Yang, his eyes full of disdain. He looked down on Xiao Yang. As a veteran of Wu Zun, he could see at a glance that Xiao Yang was just a newly promoted 5th stage Wu Zun. He could deal with such a guy who had just stepped into a new realm with a flip of his hand. It would be good to teach Xiao Yang a lesson. Xiao Yang also knew that this battle was inevitable. He opened his eyes and his gaze fell on Li Qiufeng, saying calmly, "I killed Zhuqiutang. My position was given to me by the first temple master. If you have any objections, go to the first temple master. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Are you looking for a beating?" Xiao Yang looked at Li Qiufeng provocatively. Although Li Qiufeng was a veteran of Wu Zun, Xiao Yang had the confidence to fight. Oh, what a big tone. What an arrogant boy. Li Qiufeng's lips curled up, and he sneered with disdain. Chapter 980. He continued loudly, "Let me tell you, I'm Li Qiufeng, Zhuqiutang's best friend. Since you killed my best friend, I'll avenge him. You don't have a problem with that, right? At this point, Li Qiufeng sneered again. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just abolish your cultivation and break your limbs so that you'll know how to be a man. Captain Qin Feilai didn't say anything, which meant that he acquiesced to this. Are you going to intervene in the conflicts between the captains and the captains if they end up crippled? Xiao Yang looked at Captain Qin Feilai. Qin Feilai coughed and turned around. Well, I'm busy looking at the map, so I don't have time to deal with you. You can do whatever you want. His meaning was obvious. He was siding with Li Qiufeng. He wanted Li Qiufeng to teach Xiao Yang a lesson. Boy, are you scared? Haha, I'll give you a chance to spare your life. Kneel down and kowtow to me now, then get out of here. Otherwise, you'll have to wait. Li Qiufeng laughed and became even more proud. Even Captain Qin Feilai supported him. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Xiao Yang. The other captains noticed Xiao Yang's gaze and turned around, ignoring Xiao Yang. They weren't familiar with Xiao Yang, so naturally they wouldn't speak for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang blinked and said calmly, Li Qiufeng, right? Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. I'll let you make the first move. After saying that, Xiao Yang left the line and walked a few steps forward. He stood in front of Li Qiufeng with a proud face. When Qin Fai and Qin Fajing saw Xiao Yang's reaction, they were a little surprised, but then they were a little happy. One had to know that in the law enforcement hall, their team had been humiliated quite a bit. Almost every time they gathered, they would be humiliated. Now that Xiao Yang was willing to stand up and fight for their honor, this was something to be excited about. Moreover, they firmly believed that Xiao Yang would win. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others used to follow Xiao Yang, so they knew how terrifying Xiao Yang was. Xiao Yang was able to kill Wu Zun when he was in the 4th stage. Now that he was in the 5th stage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take down Li Qiufeng. When they thought about Xiao Yang's terrifying combat strength and the speed at which he increased his cultivation, it was enough to shock them. Captain, come on. Kill Xiao Yang. Captain, if you win, I'll serve you tea and massage your shoulders every day. The members of the second team chattered and looked at Li Qiufeng excitedly. Captain, be careful. Captain Li Qiufeng is very powerful. Even Zhuqiu Tang couldn't withstand one of his moves. Captain, don't be stubborn. At most, we'll be scolded by him. It's okay for us to suffer some humiliation. The members of the first team, Qin Fajing, Qin Fai, and the others, shouted one after another to remind Xiao Yang. They were used to being humiliated. It didn't matter if they won or lost. They were already very satisfied and grateful that Xiao Yang had the guts to stand up and fight for their honor. Humph, Xiao Yang, you're brave enough to stand up. Now you're going to die. Li Qiufeng snorted coldly. His expression was cold, and his body released a strong, murderous aura. It could be seen from this shocking, murderous aura that he must have killed many people. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such a shocking, murderous aura. Since you want me to make the first move, then eat my fist first. I'll let you know how powerful I am. You're so arrogant. It's time for you to pay the price for your arrogance. Li Qiufeng roared and immediately erupted with the aura of Wu Zun's 5th stage cultivation. He instantly attacked Xiao Yang. He clenched his fist tightly. Almost all of his origin energy was condensed in his fist, and he attacked with a loud bang. When his fist streaked across the void seemed to be distorted and emitted a buzzing sound. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and felt the wind from his opponent's fist. He was also observing his opponent's origin energy. When his opponent's fist arrived in front of him, Xiao Yang copied his opponent. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. He condensed his origin energy in his fist and punched out like lightning. Bang! The two fists collided with each other, emitting a muffled sound. Then, one of the figures suddenly flew out. It was Li Qiufeng. Bang! After Li Qiufeng flew out, his body smashed into the ground, emitting a shocking sound. Cracks appeared on the ground, and smoke and dust rose all over the ground. Wow! Puff! Li Qiufeng struggled to stand up, but just as he circulated his origin energy, he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. In addition, his eyes were red, and red blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. Captain! Captain! When the members of the second team saw their captain in such a miserable state, they couldn't help but cry out in worry. Xiaoyang, you're presumptuous. How dare you hurt our captain like this? Xiaoyang, I'll kill you. Xiaoyang, eat my blade. The members of the second team were furious. Li Qiufeng was like their face. Now that Li Qiufeng was in such a miserable state, wasn't it a slap to their faces? How could they tolerate it? Therefore, they were all furious and couldn't help but erupt with their own power of laws, wanting to rush toward Xiaoyang. You guys from the second team, you're presumptuous. How dare you? If you want to touch our captain, you have to ask for our permission first. Do you really think we're afraid of you? At most, we'll fight to the death. Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the other members of the first team were all furious when they saw the second team denouncing Xiaoyang. They couldn't help but erupt with their own aura and confront the members of the second team. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up. He sneered and said disdainfully, Li Qiufeng, is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? Can't afford to lose? Come on, I'll give you a chance. I'll wait for you. If you don't have the ability, it doesn't matter. Let your team members come at me together. I'll take care of them all. Xiaoyang looked at Li Qiufeng proudly. Li Qiufeng was shocked and angry at the same time. He only felt ashamed. He didn't expect Xiaoyang's strength to be so powerful. It was simply beyond his imagination. If he hadn't underestimated the enemy just now, how could he have fallen to such an extent? Blinking his eyes, he looked at Xiaoyang and said fiercely, Xiaoyang, this matter isn't over. That means you won't admit defeat? Can't afford to lose? Continue to fight? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and released a terrifying aura again, waiting for the other party to attack. The other team leaders were already shocked. They originally thought that Xiaoyang was a newcomer who was easy to bully and would definitely not be Li Qiufeng's opponent. But they didn't expect that the existence that seemed easy to bully was actually the strongest. It was so bright that it blinded their eyes. Captain Qin Feilai was also shocked and looked at Xiaoyang in a new light. Chapter 981. Originally, when he saw that Xiaoyang did not know how to deal with people and did not know how to be filial to his superiors, he wanted to teach him a lesson. However, he did not expect that Li Qiufeng would be taught a lesson instead. In addition, he had acquiesced to this kind of thing. So even if Xiaoyang bullied Li Qiufeng, he could not reprimand Xiaoyang. Seeing that Xiaoyang and Li Qiufeng were going to continue to fight, and the conflict was getting more and more intense, this made Chen Feilai a little anxious. These people were all his subordinates, and they all belonged to him. It was distressing to lose one. Captain, believe me, I can definitely take care of Xiaoyang. I was careless just now and suffered a loss. Humph, now that I am prepared, I will definitely teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Li Qiufeng, who had stabilized his injuries, snorted coldly and stood up from the ground. After taking a healing elixir, he once again erupted with an astonishing fighting spirit. Xiaoyang, you are very good, very courageous, but this time you have no chance. Li Qiufeng snorted coldly and used the power of the origin source to display the most powerful martial technique that he had cultivated in his life. The martial technique light condensed and fiercely attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and was not afraid at all. Seeing that Li Qiufeng used his martial technique to attack again, Xiaoyang also suddenly used the mind-refining art. A huge amount of divine sense was wildly released. Under the control of Xiaoyang, these divine senses turned into amazing mountains and crashed into Li Qiufeng's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Li Qiufeng's memory and cognition in his sea of consciousness were disrupted, and it took a while for him to barely recover. Li Qiufeng was shocked and hurriedly released his own divine sense, constantly stabilizing his sea of consciousness. While he was distracted, Xiaoyang had already unleashed the earthen qi azure dragon. Boundless earth qi surged out from the ground and condensed into an azure dragon. With a roar, the azure dragon instantly slammed into Li Qiufeng, severely injuring Li Qiufeng. Wow! Li Qiufeng suffered a heavy blow for the second time and couldn't help but vomit blood. His cultivation was almost completely depleted, and his combat strength was reduced by 70 to 80%. It was impossible for him to be a match for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang snorted and stepped forward. His figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Li Qiufeng. He stared coldly at Li Qiufeng and said, "Li Qiufeng, you wanted to cripple my cultivation and break my limbs before. Now, I don't ask you to cripple your limbs, nor do I ask you to cripple your cultivation. Kneel down and apologize to me. Let your team members apologize to my team members, and I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Qiufeng was suddenly scared, and his eyes were filled with horror. This Xiaoyang was really too terrifying. The martial techniques he mastered were so strange and unimaginable. After hearing Xiaoyang's conditions, Li Qiufeng's expression turned ugly and he hesitated, not knowing how to choose. He subconsciously shifted his gaze to Captain Chen Feilai, hoping that Captain Chen Feilai could help say a few words. One had to know that Li Qiufeng's provocation of Xiaoyang was all because of Captain Chen Feilai's connivance. If Captain Chen Feilai could have stopped him, then things would not have escalated to this point. Therefore, instead of blaming Li Qiufeng for being arrogant and despotic, it was better to blame Captain Chen Feilai for being too indifferent and conniving. Xiaoyang sneered and said, "Li Qiufeng, if you don't make a choice, then I will help you make a choice." "Xiaoyang, stop. Xiaoyang, you're too presumptuous. How dare you, Xiaoyang? Let go of our captain." The members of the second team roared angrily and strongly criticized Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang was unmoved. There was a faint, mocking smile on his arrogant face. "What a joke. You think I let him go just because you say so? What do you think I am? If I were the one who lost this time, wouldn't my cultivation be crippled and my limbs cut off?" Xiaoyang didn't think that he was going overboard. He was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others also joined in the commotion. "Team 2, are you sore losers? If you can't afford to lose, then don't make a fool of yourself. Don't you find it embarrassing to jump out with such little ability? If you lose, then you lose. What, you don't want to admit it now? We're fine. Why are you provoking us? Aren't you looking for trouble and humiliation? Who's to blame?" There was a fierce quarrel between the teammates of both sides. The other team members chose to remain silent and watch silently. Anyway, this matter didn't concern them. The Captain Chen Feilai saw that things had developed to this point and was a little worried. He immediately said, "Xiaoyang, let's just forget about this matter. I'm the captain. You all have to listen to me." After Chen Feilai expressed a stance, everyone fell silent. One must know that in this law enforcement hall, other than the hall master, Chen Feilai was the most powerful. His words were like an order. They couldn't go against it, let alone go against it. The Captain Chen Feilai was openly biased towards Li Qiufeng. What else could they do? They couldn't possibly go against the captain. One must know that the reason why the captain was naturally because of his high cultivation realm. He had reached the terrifying level of Wu Zun's 6th rank cultivation realm. The scene was silent for a while. Then there was a mocking voice. It was the members of the second team who mocked. "What? Still not letting him go? Didn't you hear? The captain already told you to keep the peace." "That's right. You don't even listen to the captain's orders? Don't you put the captain in your eyes? Don't you put the rules of the law enforcement hall in your eyes? Are you thinking of rebelling? Who do you think you are? You dare to fight with us? Humph! will make you suffer. So what if you won? You will still have to release him." The words of the second team's members instantly provoked the self-esteem of Chen Fajing, Chen Fai, and the others. Their expressions were furious and their eyes were fierce. They clenched their fists, itching to fight with them. It was fine that they couldn't afford to lose after winning, but now they were still so arrogant and domineering. They didn't admit their mistakes at all. How could they tolerate this? Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He laughed and said, "Captain, Li Qiufeng wanted to cripple my cultivation and break my limbs. Everyone here heard it with their own eyes. Li Qiufeng launched 2 ferocious killing moves to kill me. Everyone saw it. Now that Li Qiufeng has been defeated by me, you can let him go just because you want to. I can give you face, but listen to the members of the second team. Is that the attitude of a loser? Although you condone them to run amok, you shouldn't bully me, right?" This meant that they refused to let him go. They didn't intend to give face to the captain, Chen Feilai. Xiao Yang's words were beautiful. They wanted to let him go and give face to the captain, but the members of the second team continued to provoke him. As a loser, they didn't put the dignity of the first team in their eyes. Chapter 982. Even if he wanted to let them go, he had to ask his own members if they agreed. Although the other teams did not say anything, they also felt that the second team had gone too far. The leader, Chen Feilai, also glared at the members of the second team with shame and anger, coldly snorting. "What is this, huh? Xiao Yang is still the leader. You guys are going too far. Don't you know how to behave?" After reprimanding these team members, he then smiled at Xiao Yang, saying, "Xiao Yang, you see, I've also reprimanded them. You can let Li Qiufeng go now." Chen Fai and Chen Fajing both felt a burst of sullenness. Just like that, with a neither light nor heavy reprimand, the matter was over? Did he know how to apologize? Did he know how to apologize? Chen Fai, Chen Fajin, and the others felt wronged. They also felt very wronged. For the leader to do this, he was simply too biased. Xiao Yang sneered, saying, "Li Qiufeng, do you know how to apologize? How did you teach your team members? Do you know how to apologize? For the sake of the leader, don't you know how to make you kneel down or even a simple apology?" He also had a problem with the leader Chen Feilai. Previously, when Li Qiufeng came looking for trouble, the leader Chen Feilai acted as if he did not see it, allowing Li Qiufeng to humiliate others. Now that he saw Li Qiufeng was defeated, he wanted to come out and be the good guy. Even if they wanted to reconcile, they could not reconcile like this. The attitude they should have was still necessary. Xiao Yang's request was not excessive at all. In his plan, he wanted to force Li Qiufeng to kneel down and kowtow to apologize, or directly abolish Li Qiufeng's cultivation. But the leader Chen Feilai had personally come out, so to give some face to Chen Feilai, he only wanted Li Qiufeng to apologize. Xiao Yang didn't mind brushing off Captain Chen Feilai's pride if he didn't do such a simple thing. He would do what he had to do. Since Xiao Yang didn't want to give him face, there was no need for him to be polite. Li Qiufeng's expression was resolute. His eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. He glared fiercely at Xiao Yang, resolutely refusing to lower his head or apologize. Ever since he became a squad leader, everything had always been smooth sailing for him. He could get whatever he wanted. When had he ever suffered such a huge loss? Therefore, he was determined not to admit his mistake. Once they lowered their heads to Xiao Yang, how could they continue to mingle in the law enforcement hall and lead their own team? "Captain, I've given you face. If they don't want her face, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xiao Yang's gaze fell on Captain Chen Feilai as he asked indifferently. Chen Feilai angrily glanced at Li Qiufeng, secretly cursing him for being useless. He couldn't even deal with Xiao Yang. He loudly scolded, "Li Qiufeng, you caused trouble privately. Now that your skills are inferior, why aren't you apologizing? What are you waiting for?" Although he was biased towards Chen Feilai, he still had to pay attention to fairness. Otherwise, it would be difficult to lead the team. He still understood this principle. Li Qiufeng was helpless. Even the captain had told him so. He could only grit his teeth and say, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyang." "What about you guys from the second team?" Xiaoyang's gaze fell on the members of the second team. Just now, when Captain Chen Feilai asked Xiaoyang to let them go, the members of the second team were the happiest. Now that they were asked to apologize, it was a ruthless slap to their faces. Even Captain Li Qiufeng had apologized. The members of the second team naturally had no other choice. They could only reluctantly apologize to Xiaoyang and the others, saying, "Sorry, we were wrong." "Humph, in the future, have some eyes. Don't provoke everyone just because they are people." Xiaoyang coldly snorted, let Li Qiufeng go, and then returned to his own team. He originally wanted to completely kill Li Qiufeng, but Captain Chen Feilai interfered, so he could only give up. Although Li Qiufeng and the members of the second team had apologized, in fact, they had deepened the conflict. Sooner or later, this kind of conflict would erupt. Xiaoyang had to be on guard. Captain Chen Feilai coughed and said, "Okay, your personal grudges have been settled. Now let's talk about business. This time, besides announcing that the captain of the first team is Xiaoyang, I called you here to send you out to carry out a mission. You also know that the Law Enforcement Hall, in addition to maintaining the rules of the first hall, also has a mission to complete every month." Everyone shouted loudly and waited for the captain's orders. Chen Feilai looked at everyone with satisfaction and said, "For this mission, I plan to send the first team to look for the Bodhi fruit and the second team to look for the blood snake stone. Try to complete the mission within 3 days. When you come back, I will give you a new mission. Do you have any objections?" "No objections. We will set off immediately." Li Qiufeng shouted loudly and left to carry out the order. Xiaoyang also cupped his fists and left to carry out the order. After watching the two teams leave, Chen Feilai ordered the third team. "Third team, go and assist the second team. You must get the blood snake stone and successfully complete the mission." "Yes." The third team also left to carry out the order. After walking out of the law enforcement hall, Chen Feilai said, "Captain, we have to be careful along the way. The captain's arrangement is very problematic." Xiaoyang was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Why?" Chen Feijing explained, "Captain, the Bodhi fruit and the blood snake stone are on Bodhi Island. That's why we have a grudge with Li Qiufeng and the second team. They will definitely not be willing to admit defeat. There may be a big battle on the island." Xiaoyang's expression also became serious. He didn't expect Chen Feilai to have such malicious thoughts. As they walked out, Li Qiufeng and the other members of the second team also walked out of the law enforcement hall. When they passed by Xiaoyang, Chen Feilai, and the others, Li Qiufeng fiercely glanced at Xiaoyang, then made a throat-slitting gesture and sneered, "Xiaoyang, don't be smug. We'll see." After Li Qiufeng and the other members of the second team left, the third team also left and quickly followed Li Qiufeng and the others. It was obvious that the two teams were going to work together. From the arrangements of the captain, Chen Feilai, this matter was very unfavorable for Xiaoyang and the others. However, this kind of thing couldn't be argued with the captain. After all, it was his right to send people to carry out missions. They could only use the water to cover the earth and the soldiers to block the water. "Let's go. Let's go and prepare first, then we'll gather here." Xiaoyang calmly called out. Everyone dispersed one after another. Xiaoyang returned to the cave and saw Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, 3,000 Desolation, and the others. They had been waiting for Xiaoyang in the cave, worried that something would happen to Xiaoyang. Seeing that Xiaoyang returned safe and sound, they all sighed in relief. "Cousin, big brother Xiaoyang, young master, it's good that you're okay. Senior brother Xiaoyang, 3,000 Desolation, 3,000 Stream, Lan Jiaoye," and the others walked up and looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Chapter 983. Xiaoyang was touched. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. I've already become the captain of the enforcement hall. I'm going to carry out a mission now. You guys stay here and cultivate. Be careful. It's safe outside." Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan reminded Xiaoyang. 3,000 Desolation and 3,000 Stream also smiled and said, "Don't worry. With us and Senior Brother, 3,000 Light here, no one will come and cause trouble." This was equivalent to guaranteeing Xiaoyang that they would protect Lan Jiaoye and the others. Xiaoyang looked at them gratefully, then turned and left. When he returned to the enforcement hall's entrance, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were already waiting there. When they saw Xiaoyang, they bowed to Xiaoyang again. "Let's go," Xiaoyang said faintly, then led them away. After going down the Aurora Mountain, Xiaoyang asked, "Do you have a map?" Qin Fai said, "Captain, we've been in the Jigo sect for many years. Naturally, we have a map. Also, we're quite familiar with the Bodhi diagram. Don't worry." Xiaoyang nodded and took out the airship. He let everyone sit on it and slowly sailed in the direction they pointed. In less than half a day, they arrived at Bodhi Island. Bodhi Island was an island in the sea. This island was a lawless area. Anyone could come here to search for treasures. There were mercenaries, demon hunters, and even demon beasts. Xiaoyang saw many people from middle-level forces, such as the disciples of Arcturus, Xiao family, and even the disciples of the Jigo sect. They probably had other missions. Chen Fai explained, "Captain, this Bodhi Island is not simple. There are restrictions everywhere. If you're not careful, you might be teleported to another space. This island has been excavated and searched for treasures for decades, but it hasn't been thoroughly studied. Rumor has it that this Bodhi Island is a fragment that fell from the upper level." Upper level? Xiaoyang looked puzzled. Although Xiaoyang had known about the existence of the upper realm when he was still in the lower realm, Xiaoyang had no idea what the upper realm was like. Chen Fajing explained, "Captain, the upper realm is rumored to be the land of immortals. The air above is no longer spiritual energy, but immortal energy. However, no one has been able to ascend to the upper realm in the past 100 years. Xiaoyang felt relieved. He suddenly felt that this upper realm was a secret. Of course, the middle stream region was already large enough. For example, there were countless islands like Bodhi Island in the middle stream region. Even a single Bodhi Island could be studied for decades. It was clear that the middle stream region had a lot of value that was worth exploring. Xiaoyang stopped thinking about it. In any case, he didn't plan on going to the upper stream area, so he didn't really care about it. Xiaoyang wanted to raise his cultivation level as much as possible, and then go to the Blue Min territory to look for Xiaoman. He had never forgotten the promise he had made to Xiaoman. Calculating the time, it was about time. Qin Fai said, "Captain, let's start looking for the Bodhi fruit. I remember that the Bodhi fruit and blood serpent stone appeared on Bodhi Island last month. If we're lucky, we should be able to find them soon." Xiaoyang nodded and let them start searching. "Xiaoyang, what a coincidence. We meet again." Li Qiufeng walked over with his team members. Previously, he had been taught a lesson by Xiaoyang, and he was still brooding over it. He had been harboring hatred in his heart. Now that he had come to the lawless Bodhi Island, he was constantly thinking about finding trouble with Xiaoyang to wash away the humiliation. The members of Team 2 were the same. They had made a fool of themselves in the enforcement hall, so they hated Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others from Team 1. "Li Qiufeng, have you forgotten the slap I gave you?" Xiaoyang snorted coldly as the corners of his mouth curled up. He stared at Li Qiufeng mockingly. He had just taught him a lesson in the enforcement hall. He couldn't have forgotten the pain so quickly. "Humph!" Li Qiufeng snorted and said with a cold face, "Xiaoyang, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson. Let's go." He quickly left with his team members to look for the blood serpent stone. The members of Team 3 hurriedly followed behind Li Qiufeng. Qin Fajing saw this and couldn't help but say, "This captain is biased. He actually let Team 3 cooperate with him on a mission like looking for the blood serpent stone. It's too unfair." Xiaoyang stopped them from complaining and said, "Let's go. We'll look for the Bodhi fruit first." The group entered the depths of the island. The deeper they went into the island, the more restrictions and formations there were. There were still many cultivators searching for treasures in the periphery of the island, but the deeper they went, the fewer cultivators there were. They were almost nowhere to be seen. "Captain, we can't go any deeper. It's not that no one has entered the central area of the island, but they couldn't come out in the end. According to the news, there was once a 6th or 7th order mighty figure of Wu Zun who entered the central area of the island, but he couldn't come out until now. We don't know if he died there." Chun Fai explained with some fear. Xiao Yang released his divine sense, which covered a radius of 3,000 meters. Logically speaking, Xiao Yang's divine sense could cover tens of thousands of meters, but this island was too special. There were many restrictions, formations, and mechanisms set up. Many materials could isolate divine sense, so Xiao Yang's divine sense could only cover a limited range. In this limited range, Xiao Yang saw many complex and powerful formations, as well as many terrifying restrictions. The closer they got to the center, the densely packed restrictions were several times more numerous than the ones outside. Even Xiao Yang felt his scalp tingle. Xiao Yang said, "Okay, let's look around. Be careful. Safety is the most important thing." Chun Fai, Chun Fajing, and the others spread out one after another to look for the Bodhi fruit. After they spread out, Xiao Yang continued to go into the central area of the island. Just now he found the Bodhi fruit in the exploration of his divine sense. The Bodhi fruit was the size of a thumb and grew on the Bodhi tree. It was flowing with a green light and exuded rich spirit chi. It was just that the Bodhi tree grew in the central area of the island, so Xiaoyang had to go deeper. It was better to go in alone than with the team, because it was better to protect one person than 5. The more people there were, the higher the chances of triggering restrictions. Xiao Yang relied on his attainments in formations and the experience and knowledge of his previous life to easily avoid the many formations and restrictions, going deep into the central area of the island. After a few flashes, he soon arrived near the Bodhi tree. Near the Bodhi tree, there was a rich, poisonous gas. This poisonous gas was quite overbearing and fierce, even more terrifying than the poisonous gas in Poison Valley. 2 of the corpses under the Bodhi tree had no flesh and were all bones, making one's scalp tingle. Chapter 984. Judging from the aura emitted by the 2 corpses, they must have been powerful beings when they were alive. At the very least, they had the cultivation of rank 6 Wuzun. Even such powerful beings had fallen here. Xiao Yang, a rank 5 Wuzun, felt somewhat dignified. It seems that this Bodhi fruit is not easy to obtain. Xiao Yang frowned and muttered softly. Not everyone could enter this central area. Even if they could, it did not mean that they had the strength to obtain the Bodhi fruit. Xiao Yang pondered. The 2 corpses were probably here for the Bodhi fruit. The Bodhi fruit was a top-grade material. Whether it was used to refine elixirs or to refine weapons, it was the best component. Even if it was used for cultivation, it had unexpected benefits. One of the demonic beasts, the white python, loved the Bodhi fruit very much. Wherever there was a top-grade spirit herb, there would be a demonic beast guarding it. This was almost common knowledge. Until now, Xiaoyang had not sensed the aura of the white python. This was worrying. Who knew where the white python was hiding? It would be terrible if it jumped out and hurt people when you were not paying attention. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and carefully probed again. Still, there was no trace of the white python. Instead, he detected several different types of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas lingered around the Bodhi tree as if it was protecting it, not allowing anyone to get close. Xiao Yang was not afraid of these poisonous gas. On the contrary, they were very beneficial to Xiao Yang. However, now was not the time to collect them. The demonic beast was able to kill 2 powerful beings so easily. It was obvious that its strength was not ordinary. It would definitely be able to deal with Xiaoyang easily. Forget it, forget it. I won't bite off more than I can chew. Let's get the Bodhi fruit first. At most, I'll come back to collect poisonous gas for cultivation next time. Xiao Yang comforted himself. He had just advanced to rank 5 Wu Zun not long ago. He had absorbed enough poisonous gas in the Poison Valley. Now was not the time to continue absorbing poisonous gas. Looking at the Bodhi fruit on the Bodhi tree from a distance of tens of zhang, it would not be easy to pluck it. You're being targeted? Xiao Yang's mind was tangled up and his heart tightened. As a cultivator of the 5th step, Wu Zun was naturally sensitive to danger. If he was not wrong, he was probably targeted by the white python. Even that feeling was cold and vicious. Xiao Yang was even more afraid to move. He didn't dare to approach the Bodhi tree any further. Instead, he retreated a distance away. That sense of danger didn't disappear just because Xiao Yang retreated. Instead, it became even more intense. Xiao Yang was flabbergasted. Was the white python going to swallow him? I don't care. Since I came here with great difficulty, I can't return empty-handed. Xiao Yang decided to go all out. Immediately, Xiao Yang used the greater teleportation skill. The power of teleportation burst out and engulfed the Bodhi fruits. In an instant, more than 10 Bodhi fruits left the Bodhi tree and flew toward Xiao Yang. At the same time as the Bodhi fruits flew over, a huge figure flew over. Xiao Yang turned pale with fright. It was Wu Zun's 8th step Bodhi white python. I've gone too far, he cried out in surprise. The power of Wu Zun's 8th step was unimaginable. Xiao Yang, who was only at the 5th step of Wu Zun, couldn't stop it at all. The speed of the white python was extremely fast. It was as fast as lightning, and in an instant it was in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang swore that his extreme speed was definitely not twice as fast as the white python. In other words, the white python's speed was twice as fast as Xiao Yang's. If Xiao Yang used his movement technique to escape at this time, he would definitely not be able to escape. He would definitely be caught and swallowed by the white python. And if he didn't escape, he could only block, defend, or attack. But the difference between the two sides was 3 whole realms. How could he block and attack? If he punched the other side with all his strength, the other side wouldn't even be affected. It would be like being bitten by an ant. On the other hand, if the white python attacked once, Xiao Yang would be finished. Xiao Yang nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeing the white python open its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp teeth and about to spit out poison, he hurriedly used greater teleportation again. Greater teleportation. The power of the law of teleportation instantly erupted and acted on the white python. The white python, which was flying over, was stunned for a moment and was instantly teleported hundreds of feet away. Xiao Yang didn't say anything. He quickly collected the Bodhi fruits and quickly left. In less than a breath's time, Xiao Yang ran out of the central area of the island. However, the white python actually attacked angrily, as if it was not willing to let Xiao Yang, its prey, escape. Xiao Yang turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "White python, don't you want your Bodhi fruits? If you continue to chase after me, your Bodhi fruits will be stolen by others." The white python seemed to understand humans. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, it decisively stopped chasing. It stared unwillingly at Xiao Yang, who was gradually running away, then turned around and returned to the Bodhi tree. This Bodhi tree was very lush and there were hundreds of fruits on it. Losing a dozen or so fruits was nothing to the white python. It just didn't want others to snatch it away in front of it. Hiss! The white python unwillingly stuck out its tongue, and after hissing twice, it began to take a nap. Xiao Yang had already left the central area of the island and returned to the place where he left with Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others. "Captain." Xiao Yang had just arrived when he heard Chen Fajing shout, "What's wrong? Why is your face so pale?" Xiao Yang looked at Chen Fajing in puzzlement. He sensed the cultivation fluctuations on Chen Fajing's body. He had obviously been in a fierce battle. Listening to Chen Fajing's rapid breathing, it was obvious that something big had happened. Captain, bad news. Chen Fai and the others are besieged by Li Qiufeng and the others. Quickly go and save them. After Chen Fajing found Xiaoyang, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked Xiaoyang for help. He was able to escape just now only because Chen Fai and the others did their best to help him. Now he didn't know how Chen Fai and the others were doing. It was really worrying. What? Li Qiufeng and the others are so shameless? Xiaoyang was very surprised and shocked. Although there were conflicts between the two sides, shouldn't it be resolved through a direct challenge? Why did they secretly attack his subordinates? Despicable, shameless. Let's go and save Chen Fai and the others. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. With a cold face and a murderous aura, he followed Chen Fajing. Chen Fajing quickly led the way in front and quickly explained the whole story. Captain, it's like this. We didn't find the Bodhi fruit, but we accidentally found a piece of blood snake stone. Unexpectedly, Li Qiufeng happened to see it, so Li Qiufeng wanted to snatch it and said that they found it first. Naturally, we were not convinced, so we were surrounded by them. Chapter 985. This is outrageous, too presumptuous, too bold. This Li Qiufeng is simply lawless. He dares to steal from our first squad. Xiaoyang was indignant as he listened. After a while, Chen Fajing brought Xiaoyang to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Chen Fai and the others were still surrounded by people. Each of them was injured and battered. The members of the second and third squads surrounded them, but did not attack, as if they were waiting for someone. Sure enough, after seeing Xiaoyang arrive, Li Qiufeng chuckled and said, "Xiaoyang, you cowardly rat, you're finally here." Seeing Li Qiufeng's ugly face, Xiaoyang was instantly enraged. His face full of anger, he said angrily, "Li Qiufeng, the one you're looking for is me. Let them go." Li Qiufeng chuckled and said, "Xiaoyang, I don't just want you, I want their lives too. Today, we'll make a decision between us." He had wanted to get rid of Xiaoyang before, but the mission came first. Now that he had found the blood snake stone, which was in the hands of Chen Fajing and the others, he naturally did not need to be patient. As long as he got rid of Xiaoyang and the others, he could get the blood snake stone and complete the mission. He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get rid of these enemies. The reason why Chen Fajing asked the members of the third squad to assist him was that he had other intentions. It was obvious from the way the members of the third squad kept watching from the sidelines. They were happy to see Li Qiufeng kill Xiaoyang and the others. Once Li Qiufeng fell into a disadvantageous position, the third squad might even come to his rescue. Xiaoyang's face was cold, and he was trembling with anger. He said loudly, "They're innocent. If you want my life, just come and take it. Let them go." Li Qiufeng laughed. He was very proud and high-spirited, as if he had the situation under control. "Xiaoyang, you're too naive. Don't you know why the members of the third squad are here to assist? Let me tell you, the captain of the third squad is Lu Qiufeng, my good comrade." Li Qiufeng explained arrogantly, "Captain Lu Qiufeng, aren't you going to say something?" He looked at Lu Qiufeng. Lu Qiufeng chuckled and said, "What's there to say? The captain asked me to assist you. You can make the decision." "Ha ha!" Hearing these words, Li Qiufeng could not help but laugh. Then he looked at Xiaoyang proudly and said, "Xiaoyang, did you hear that? Captain Lu Qiufeng is here to support me, no matter what decision I make." Seeing Li Qiufeng so smug, Chen Fajing could not stand it anymore. "Li Qiufeng, let them go. Otherwise, I'll destroy the blood serpent stone and let you return empty-handed." Chen Fajing took out the blood serpent stone from his pocket, raised it high in the air, and shouted loudly. He released the power of laws from his body, and his expression was resolute. If Li Qiufeng did not agree, he would definitely perish together with him. Li Qiufeng immediately stopped laughing. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his excitement, making him very disappointed. "How dare you? I'll make you die a horrible death," he shouted loudly. However, he also had a trace of concern. The blood serpent stone was not easy to find. It was not easy to find one. If it was destroyed just like that, who knew when he would be able to find another one? Xiao Yang looked at Qin Fajing encouragingly and said with satisfaction, "Well done." Qin Fajing was a little proud. At least he could get Xiao Yang's affirmation and encouragement. He was really afraid that Xiao Yang would make him hand over the blood serpent stone. One had to know that they had once followed Zhuqiu Tang, who was the kind of person who would curry favor with Li Qiufeng. He would rather suffer losses himself and his subordinates to curry favor with the other party. Qin Fajing and the others naturally did not want Xiao Yang to sacrifice them to curry favor with Li Qiufeng. "Li Qiufeng, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Now I'll give you a chance to join forces with Lu Qiufeng. If I lose, the blood serpent stone will be yours, and my life will also be yours. If you lose, you will also be at my disposal. Do you have any objections?" Xiao Yang shouted loudly at Li Qiufeng. Now that things had come to this point, they had to fight to solve the problem. Li Qiufeng glanced at Lu Qiufeng. Lu Qiufeng was eager to give it a try and released his battle intent. He nodded at Li Qiufeng. The two quickly made a decision. "Okay, Xiaoyang, let's fight." Li Qiufeng agreed readily. Thus, Xiaoyang fought 1 against 2, Li Qiufeng and Lu Qiufeng. Both sides were Wu Zun's stage 5 powerhouses, but the difference was in numbers. As for the team members, they chose to watch from the sidelines and did not make a move. Li Qiufeng was not Xiao Yang's opponent at all. This had been proven in the law enforcement hall before. Therefore, he invited Lu Qiufeng to join forces to fight the enemy. Xiao Yang was also a smart person. Naturally, he would not let Li Qiufeng's evil plan succeed. After the two sides started fighting, Xiao Yang immediately used the great teleportation technique and directly threw Lu Qiufeng 100,000 feet away. Then he took advantage of this time to suppress Li Qiufeng. Powerful martial skills, such as the soul refining art, the invincible divine sword technique, and the earthly Qi Azure Dragon were all displayed at once. All of them bombarded Li Qiufeng. Li Qiufeng was not Xiao Yang's opponent before. Now that he was fighting Xiao Yang alone, he was even less of a match. In less than 3 breaths of time, he was defeated by Xiao Yang. At this time, Lu Qiufeng just happened to arrive from 100,000 feet away. When he saw the scene of Li Qiufeng's defeat, he was greatly shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "Xiao Yang, you're shameless. You're cheating. It doesn't count." Li Qiufeng, who was slapped to the ground by Xiao Yang, wailed, his face full of unwillingness. He originally wanted to join forces with Lu Qiufeng, but Xiao Yang's method was too strange. He could actually separate them. This time he was easily defeated. Lu Qiufeng looked at Xiao Yang with fear. He frowned, unwilling to admit defeat. "Xiao Yang, let's fight." Lu Qiufeng shouted loudly, and then used a martial skill to fiercely attack Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled coldly. Why would he take the risk if he could beat them? He used the greater teleportation technique again, and moved Lu Qiufeng 100,000 feet away. Then he beat Li Qiufeng alone. "Li Qiufeng, do you admit defeat?" Xiao Yang bombarded Li Qiufeng's body with punch after punch, until Li Qiufeng vomited blood. His face was pale, and he fell to the ground on his last breath. He kept cursing, "Xiao Yang, you're despicable, you're shameless. Why do you care if I'm despicable and shameless? Do you admit defeat?" Xiao Yang sneered again, and he kept bullying Li Qiufeng. Li Qiufeng cried, feeling very sullen. He had never been so cowardly before, but he kept suffering at the hands of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him, and would not pity such a person. He directly sealed his cultivation, turned around, and prepared to fight Lu Qiufeng. Chapter 986. Lu Qifeng came back from 100,000 feet away, panting heavily. Xiaoyang, I have to say that your greater teleportation technique is very impressive. However, you're just afraid of a battle. This isn't a battle at all. If you have the guts, then fight me fair and square. Lu Qifeng stared at Xiaoyang with hatred. Being teleported by Xiaoyang twice in a row made him very angry. It was as if he was being played. It was very embarrassing to be played like this in front of his teammates. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Xiaoyang's mouth curled up. He snorted coldly and faced Lu Qifeng. Xiaoyang could easily defeat Li Qiufeng. Naturally, he could easily defeat Li Qiufeng, who was inferior to Lu Qifeng. After Lu Qifeng roared, his body erupted with the power of law. He displayed an amazing martial skill and instantly charged at Xiaoyang. His ice and fire martial skill was a low-grade earth-level martial skill. Its power was amazing. He controlled the ice dragon with one hand and the fire dragon with the other. The two fire dragons alternated and emitted fierce shock waves that kept spreading toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. He formed a seal with both hands and displayed the Earth Chi Azure Dragon and Poison Dragon Claw. He also condensed two Azure Dragons with the power of law. They kept releasing poisonous gas and shock waves, crushing towards Lu Qifeng. The two of them were evenly matched in the confrontation of martial skills. Then, Xiaoyang used the soul-refining art and the invincible divine sword technique. With the interference of the soul-refining art on the spiritual level, Lu Qifeng's rhythm was instantly disrupted, and his mind was in a mess. The invincible divine sword technique was a mid-grade earth-level martial skill with amazing power. It was majestic and sharp. In an instant, it collapsed Lu Qifeng's ice and fire dragon and crushed Lu Qifeng's body. It bombarded Lu Qifeng until he spat out blood. His face was pale without any color. Xiaoyang used his movement skill and stepped forward. His figure instantly appeared in front of his opponent. He looked down at his opponent and said coldly, "How is it? Lu Qifeng, do you admit defeat?" Lu Qifeng was knocked to the ground. His face was covered in dust. His clothes were almost cut to pieces by the sharp sword chi. At this moment he looked miserable. Xiaoyang was too lazy to wait for his answer. He snorted lightly and pointed his finger on his opponent's body. In an instant, his opponent's cultivation was sealed. In this way, his opponent's life and death was in his hands. Xiaoyang, you. Lu Qifeng sensed Xiaoyang's means and was shocked and angry. Without waiting for him to continue speaking, Xiaoyang released a force of cultivation and threw Lu Qifeng to Li Qiufeng's side. Looking at the two defeated opponents in front of him, Xiaoyang smiled and said calmly, "You too, you lost? Do you admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, I'll kill you so that you don't cause trouble for me every other day." Xiaoyang said coldly and released a murderous intent. Xiaoyang didn't want to be modest again and again. Every time he tolerated them, they would take a mile after taking an inch. Therefore, he wanted to get rid of them once and for all. That was to kill them or make them submit to him absolutely. "Captain." The members of the second and third teams couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng in such a miserable state. Their faces were full of worry. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were elated and smiled. "Captain is awesome. Captain is awesome. Captain is finally going to lead us." They were very happy. In the past, they had always been bullied and ridiculed by Zuiqiutang. Now that they were with Xiaoyang, they could finally hold their heads high. Xiaoyang blinked, glanced at those people coldly, and shouted, "Let go of my people? Do you want to die too?" The members of the second and third teams were threatened by Xiaoyang and could only let Qin Fai and the others go unwillingly. "Xiaoyang, do you really dare to kill us? We are all from the law enforcement hall. Yes, if you kill us, the captain and the Jigo sect won't let you go." Lu Qifeng and Li Qiufeng could feel the killing intent from Xiaoyang and couldn't help but roar and threaten him in fear. They hoped that Xiaoyang would have scruples about the consequences and not act recklessly. Xiaoyang was unmoved and mocked. Then it depends on whether you know what's good for you. Hand over the soul blood, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll learn from you and kill all of them. This Bodhi Island is so dangerous, anything can happen. It's best to push your life and death to Bodhi Island. Lu Qifeng and Li Qiufeng were speechless, because they were thinking of this reason when they dealt with Xiaoyang. This was also the reason why the captain, Qin Feilai, sent Lu Qifeng to help Li Qiufeng. You. Hearing Xiaoyang's request, Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng were so angry that they couldn't speak, and their faces turned red. Okay, we admit it. We'll give you the soul blood. There was nothing they could do about it. Lu Qifeng could only pinch his nose and admit it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Unfortunately, it was too late. Trash. After handing over his soul blood, he turned around and cursed at Li Qifeng. He was very angry. If it weren't for Li Qiufeng's incompetence, if it weren't for Li Qiufeng provoking Xiaoyang, how could he have fallen to this point? Now his life was in Xiaoyang's hands, and his freedom was in Xiaoyang's hands in the future. Just thinking about it made him angry. Li Qiufeng was also very angry. After handing the soul blood to Xiaoyang, he roared at Lu Qifeng. Rice bucket! What's the use of you? You're just a defeated opponent. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Xiaoyang ignored them. Instead, he looked at the members of the second and third teams and said loudly, See, your captain's soul blood is in my hands. In the future, when you see my people, you'd better be careful. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiaoyang proudly led Qin Fajing, and the others away. This time, the mission of coming to Bodhi Island was to find the Bodhi fruit. Xiaoyang had already obtained the Bodhi fruit from the white python, so the mission could be considered completed. Of course, the team members were also very supportive. They actually picked up the blood serpent stone by accident. This was an unexpected harvest. As for Lu Qifeng and Li Qiufeng, why did he care so much about them? He only asked for their soul blood to ensure that they wouldn't continue to cause trouble. Xiaoyang had no intention of accepting them as his subordinates. Let's go. Xiaoyang and the others walked away. Lu Qifeng, Li Qiufeng, and the others looked on eagerly. They were especially concerned about the blood serpent stone in Qin Fajing's hands. If they could get the blood serpent stone, their mission would be completed. Unfortunately, now that they had completely offended Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang definitely wouldn't help them. They could only continue to patiently search for the blood serpent stone. Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng were also very helpless. Chapter 987. Trash, don't follow me. Li Qiufeng roared at Lu Qifeng. Trash, do you think I want to follow you? You're the one who got me killed. Humph, Lu Qifeng retorted angrily. Then, they left with their own team members. They were originally in an alliance, but now they couldn't get any benefits. Instead, they were attacked by Xiaoyang, so they couldn't maintain their alliance and broke up. On the way, Qin Fajing handed the blood serpent stone to Xiaoyang and said, Captain, this is the blood serpent stone. Keep it well. They all knew that they had to give the benefits to their boss, and they were willing to give it to their boss. If Zuoqiutang was the captain, they would hide the blood serpent stone as soon as possible. Xiaoyang's way of doing things was indeed to their liking. Xiaoyang dared to stand up for them and didn't sacrifice them. This alone was worthy of their respect. Not to mention, Xiaoyang's combat strength was strong, and he had conquered Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng. As long as they followed Xiaoyang, they would be able to eat meat sooner or later. Yes, Captain, just take it. Qin Fai and the others also persuaded him. What are you doing? Xiaoyang frowned and asked. He wasn't a person who coveted credit. They worked hard to find these blood serpent stones, so the credit naturally belonged to them. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that once the blood serpent stone was taken out, it would be a great merit. In the Jigo sect, Once a person made a contribution, he or she would be rewarded and points. With points, they could exchange for cultivation resources. Take it. I've already found the Bodhi fruit. With this contribution, I have enough merits and points. You guys can share the credit for the blood serpent stone equally. Xiao Yang comforted them. He naturally knew Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others' intentions, but he didn't want to accept it. If a superior was greedy for the credit and points of his subordinates, then he was not a good superior. Xiao Yang was not such a despicable and shameless person. How could he ask for benefits from them? A trashy captain like Zhuqiu Tang would be eager to use all kinds of opportunities and methods to get benefits. The more he was like that, the more Qin Fai and Chen Fajing disliked him from the bottom of their hearts, so they would not give him any benefits. Only an admirable hero like Xiao Yang would be willing to give him treasures. After both sides declined for a while, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others also saw that Xiao Yang was determined not to accept it. They had no choice but to take back the blood snake stone and say, "Captain, you also have a share of the credit for this blood snake stone. Otherwise, we won't agree." "That's right, Captain. You still deserve the most credit." Qin Fai also shouted. The others agreed. One had to know that Xiao Yang was the only one who had found the Bodhi fruit. However, Xiao Yang didn't mind sharing the credit of finding the Bodhi fruit with them. This showed how generous Xiao Yang was. A black-hearted captain like Zhuqiu Tang was eager to take all the credit. Xiao Yang chuckled helplessly. In the face of the enthusiasm of these subordinates, he could only accept it and say, "Okay, I'll take it." Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The group of people returned to the law enforcement hall of the Jigo sect. On the way, they met 3,000 Light, who was going down the mountain. Xiao Yang could not help but let out a soft sound of surprise. Shouldn't 3,000 Light be on the mountain as the deputy hall chief of the training hall? Why is he going down the mountain? Looking at his anxious expression, he seems to be busy with something. Xiao Yang had a good relationship with 3,000 Light. Previously, the two of them worked together to kill Zhuqiu Tang, 3,000 Light, and other gangs. Since he had seen him, there was no reason to ignore him. Xiao Yang smiled slightly and used his movement technique. In an instant, he came in front of 3,000 Light and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, 3,000 Light, where are you going? You look like you're in a hurry." Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others from the law enforcement hall also saw 3,000 Light. Their eyes immediately lit up and they looked excited. When Zhuqiu Hang, 3,000 Light, slave left mirror and right mirror were killed, they saw it with their own eyes. Therefore, they naturally knew how powerful 3,000 Light was, and they also knew that Xiao Yang had a close relationship with 3,000 Light. They had always admired the strong and heroes and wanted to befriend them. Unfortunately, they were at different levels and had different identities, so they did not have the courage to befriend him. However, it was definitely not a problem to curry favor, or to express goodwill and loyalty. One had to know that 3,000 Light was now the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall and had a high status. Thinking of this, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were excited. They hurriedly walked up and looked at 3,000 Light with a respectful expression. "Greetings, Hall Master, 3,000 Light." Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others hurriedly bowed. They could not hide the excitement in their eyes. Logically speaking, they had almost no interaction with a Hall Master like 3,000 Light, and it was impossible for them to interact with him. Now, because of Xiao Yang, they could show their faces to 3,000 Light. They were so excited. They addressed 3,000 Light as Hall Master to show the difference between superior and subordinate. Xiao Yang addressed 3,000 Light as Senior Brother to show the strong friendship between them. 3,000 Light was originally busy with a mission, but he did not expect to see Xiao Yang and Xiao Yang's subordinates here. He was very excited, and a smile bloomed on his face. He said happily, "Oh, it's Junior Brother Xiao Yang." You guys are, Xiaoyang explained. Our law enforcement hall also has a mission outside. We just completed it and are planning to go back to report. Senior brother, why are you here? When he heard Xiaoyang say that he had completed the mission, 3,000 Light's eyes lit up. One had to know that Xiaoyang was a really good ally and helper. Thinking of this, 3,000 Light did not hide it. He also wanted to win Xiaoyang over as a good partner. It's like this. The disciples of the first hall are out on a mission and are now trapped in the human ghost mountain, so I'm going to rescue them. You guys came at the right time. Why don't you lend me a hand and go with me? 3,000 Light looked at Xiaoyang and the others expectantly. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was inappropriate. He said, if junior brother Xiaoyang has other things to deal with, then it's okay to go first. Xiaoyang smiled and said, Senior brother, you're underestimating me. The disciples of the first hall are also our senior brothers. How can we leave them in the lurch? Let's go, I'll go with you. Then he looked at Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others and said, you guys can go back to the law enforcement hall to report. I'll give you the Bodhi fruit. Pay attention to your safety. With that, Xiaoyang took out the Bodhi fruit and handed it to Qin Fai. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others looked at each other. They did not take the Bodhi fruit, but immediately knelt down and asked, Captain, let us go with you. Chapter 988. Although our combat strength is not as good as yours, we promise that we will not drag you down. It was a rare opportunity to get to know 3,000 Lights, and it was also a rare opportunity to fight side by side with 3,000 Lights. Of course, they were unwilling to leave. If they helped 3,000 Lights complete the rescue mission this time, they would definitely be valued and appreciated by 3,000 Lights. Although they did not ask for any reward, it was already good enough to be acquainted with 3,000 Lights. It was an honor to be friends with a powerful hero like 3,000 Lights. It was something worth praising. Xiaoyang chuckled and looked at Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. He did not immediately refuse them. Instead, he looked at 3,000 Lights with a smile and asked, Senior brother, what do you think? 3,000 Lights naturally had no reason to refuse. Otherwise, he would definitely give people an arrogant impression. Anyway, one more person was one more strength. He was looking at the lack of manpower. Okay, then let's go together. Don't underestimate yourselves. You are still very powerful. In the future, you can come and visit me when you have time. I will take the time to guide you in your cultivation. 3,000 Lights replied with a smile. Thank you, Hall Master 1,000 Lights. Thank you, Captain. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were immediately excited and got up from the ground. The group flew in the direction of the human ghost mountain. There was still a long distance to the human ghost mountain. The journey would take at least half a day. Xiaoyang took out the airship and everyone boarded it. Just like that, the airship sailed in the void. During this half a day, Xiaoyang was silently meditating. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others felt a little uncomfortable. Because they were with someone who was somewhat unattainable, they were a little reserved. When 3,000 Lights saw this, he could not help but laugh. He called out to them, Fai, Fajing, you guys come together. There is still half a day to go to the human ghost mountain. If you don't mind, senior brother can guide your cultivation. 3,000 Lights cultivation had already reached the 6th level of Wuzun. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others' cultivation was only at the 4th level of Wuzun. There was a gap of 2 levels between them. It was more than enough to guide them. Thank you, Hall Master 1,000 Light. When Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others arrived in front of 3,000 Lights, they hastily saluted with gratitude. After they sat down, the 3,000 Lights began to give them pointers on their cultivation and spoke of his own comprehension. This greatly benefited Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. They had already arrived at the human ghost mountain. All right, we've arrived at the human ghost mountain. Take a rest and digest the knowledge I've imparted to you. Prepare for battle at any time." The 3,000 light politely instructed them, as if he was a teacher teaching them. Well, he was the vice hall master of the training hall, so it was reasonable for him to teach people. "Yes, we will take our leave." Chun Fai, Chin Fajing, and the others left and went to another room. They closed their eyes and began to comprehend and recuperate. "Junior brother, did you find anything?" 3,000 lights walked out of the cabin of the airship and came to the helmsman's position. Seeing Xiaoyang controlling the ship, he couldn't help but ask. Xiaoyang had released his divine sense many times to check the human ghost mountain's movements. But there was a thick, gray fog everywhere, and there were some mediums that blocked divine sense, making it difficult for divine sense to detect more things. At least until now, they hadn't found the trapped disciples of the first hall. "I haven't found anything yet." Xiaoyang looked at the thick fog in the distance and said indifferently. 3,000 lights didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense to check the surroundings. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said indifferently, "We can only continue to search." The human ghost mountain was very big. It was very difficult to find someone in such a big place, especially when one's divine sense was limited. After searching for half a day, Xiaoyang found some traces and hurriedly said, "Come and see, there are traces of battle." 3,000 lights, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others hurried over. Following the direction Xiaoyang pointed, they really saw the traces of a fierce battle below. "Come, let's go down and take a look." 3,000 lights released his origin force and took the lead to fly out of the airship and down to the battlefield below. Xiaoyang controlled the airship to descend. After approaching the ground, he received the airship and then told Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others, "You guys also look around and see if you found anything. Pay attention to your safety." Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others responded and began to look around. Xiaoyang glanced around. The ground in a radius of 100 feet was almost blown up, and several gullies appeared here. Obviously, it was split open by the sword chi. There were many big pits around, and the big pits were still emitting the aura of powerhouses. Judging from this aura, it was obvious that the disciples of the first palace had fought here. In addition, there was another aura in this battlefield, which was the aura of the souls of the ghost realm. When Xiaoyang was in the Chaos City, he had fought with ghosts and demons, so he knew the aura of otherworldly items. "Senior brother, it seems that the disciples of the first palace are in danger." Xiaoyang walked to the side of the 3,000 lights and frowned as he looked at the tragic scene around him. They obviously fought with the otherworldly items of the ghost realm. He sighed again. 3,000 lights nodded and murmured, "Yes, but I didn't see them. I don't know where they went." Captain, Hall Master, 3,000 lights, come and take a look." 3,000 lights, and Xiaoyang soon heard the shouts next to them. It was Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others who were shouting. Xiaoyang was shaken. He glanced at 3,000 lights and said, "They must have found something. Let's go and take a look." The two of them used their movement techniques and flew over in an instant. In less than 2 breaths, they appeared in front of Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyang asked. Qin Fai pointed to the ground and said, "Captain, Hall Master, look here. This is the handwriting. It's a secret code. We can confirm that it's our first palace's disciples." 3,000 lights hurriedly went over to take a look and confirm it carefully. In such a dangerous place, they had to be especially careful. If they fell into someone's trap, they would be in big trouble. Xiaoyang didn't go over. He had only been in the first palace of the Jigo sect for a short time, so he couldn't understand such a secret code. After a while, 3,000 lights murmured, "It's our people. Come, follow me. I know where they are." 3,000 lights led Xiaoyang and the others all the way north. In a certain cave abode in the north, a team of 5 people was healing their injuries inside. One of them was keeping watch and guarding, while the other four were focused on healing their injuries. Chapter 989. Ever since they entered the Ghost Mountain, they had been attacked by otherworldly items many times, causing them to suffer great losses. Now all of them were injured, other than the captain, Chiu Rangue, who had a higher cultivation base. His injuries were lighter. The other four members were all seriously injured, and it was unbearable to look at. Fortunately, they had all escaped from the otherworldly items' attacks. They had stayed here for a long time, and the message had already been sent out. At this time, the sect should have sent help. Chiu Rangue was quietly waiting and looking forward to it. Captain, we have fought dozens of battles, and now we are all seriously injured. I'm afraid we won't be able to survive the next battle. Captain, don't worry about us. You should go back. Instead of all 5 of us dying here, why don't you leave the 4 of us behind? That's right, Captain. At least if you go back, the sect will know about our heroic deeds. If you stay here, we will disappear. Captain, don't hesitate. Let's go. We won't be able to survive the next battle. The 4 members were in low spirits, and their faces were full of despair. After such a long time and so many battles, their cultivation levels were almost depleted, and even their minds were exhausted. If there was another fierce battle like the last one, they would not be able to survive and would definitely die. On the other hand, Chiu Ringue's cultivation level was high, and he was only lightly injured. If he left the 4 members and left alone, he would be able to return to the Jigo sect safely. Shut up! When Chiu Rengue heard the words of his subordinates, he immediately became angry. With a cold face, he shouted in a serious tone. How could he not know that his subordinates wanted to protect him? How could he not know that his subordinates were in despair? However, as a captain, he could not be afraid of death, and he could not abandon his subordinates. Hurry up and heal your wounds. Don't waste your energy talking. I will bring you back to the Jigo sect, even if I die. Chiu Rengue said without hesitation. His expression was resolute, and his eyes were resolute. He was already prepared to sacrifice himself with his subordinates. He looked at the direction of the entrance of the cave sadly, closed his eyes, restrained his sad mood, and said loudly, "Don't worry. The Jiguang sect should have received our message and should have sent a rescue team. As long as we hold on, the important thing is that we don't give up." Chiu Rengue encouraged them deeply and also encouraged himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several air-piercing sounds came from outside the cave, causing Chiu Rengue and the others to be shocked once again. Get ready to fight at any moment. When Chiu Rengue heard the sound of something breaking through the air from outside, he hurriedly warned his 4 teammates. Xiaoyang, 3,000 lights, and the others were rushing towards Chiu Rengue's cave. When they were less than 100 meters away from the battlefield, they immediately felt threatened. Stop, there's danger. 3,000 light hurriedly stopped Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang's gaze shifted to another location as he waited quietly. The human ghost mountain was already extremely dangerous. The demonic beasts here all had ghost chi, which doubled their combat power. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that otherworldly items had appeared on the human ghost mountain. Each of these otherworldly items had extraordinary ghost power. They were extremely powerful and couldn't be underestimated. Hiss hiss. An ear-piercing sound of tongue sticking out could be heard. Then a 10-meter-long ice crystal python suddenly rushed out and pounced on Xiaoyang. Junior brother, be careful. 3,000 lights sensed danger approaching and immediately warned Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was already prepared. When he sensed danger approaching, he instantly erupted with his origin force and hurriedly moved away to avoid the attack. As soon as he left his original position, he saw a huge, bloody mouth sweeping across the place where he had been standing. The bloody mouth had sharp teeth. This made everyone turn pale with fright. Fortunately, Xiaoyang dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been swallowed by the ice crystal python, courting death. Xiaoyang saw that it was an ice crystal python that attacked him. He coldly snorted and formed a seal with both hands. Using his origin force, he performed the 1,000 poisonous hands, condensing poisonous palm prints that slapped towards the ice crystal python. Several palm prints bombarded the ice crystal python's body, instantly injuring it. This caused the giant ice python to become even more violent and ferocious. It once again let out a hissing sound and instantly rushed toward Xiaoyang. Earth Chi Azure Dragon. Poison Dragon Claw. Xiaoyang snorted and used his origin force to perform the 2 great martial skills again. The 2 great martial skills condensed 2 azure dragons. The dragons roared and then swept towards the ice crystal python with a terrifying aura. The ice crystal python was instantly scared. However, it had no way to retreat. It could only fight with its back to the river. This caused its combat power to double again, and its ferocious nature to erupt. It continuously attacked Xiaoyang. Some are biting, some are slapping with its tail, and some are trying to entangle Xiaoyang. There were all kinds of attacks. However, Xiaoyang was not attacked at all because he had already used his movement skill to dodge. The ice crystal python had no choice but to spit out a large amount of poison toward Xiaoyang. Junior brother, be careful. Retreat quickly. Captain, dodge quickly. 3,000 Light, Qin Fayi, and Qin Fajing could not help but shout when they saw Xiaoyang's situation. Their faces were filled with anxiety. The ice crystal python was extremely poisonous. This was because it had been cultivating poison all its life. It could be said that its origin was poison. This kind of poison would not be used easily. They would only use it when their lives were in danger. To them, this kind of poison could be used less, and it was very difficult to accumulate it. Who would have thought that Xiaoyang alone would be able to force the frost crystal python to such an extent, to the point where the frost crystal python had to consume its own essence? One must know that from the ice crystal python's reaction and attack, its strength was comparable to a 6th-rank powerhouse like Wu Zun. Such a powerful monster beast could not withstand Xiaoyang's attack. From this, one could see how powerful Xiaoyang's attack was. 3,000 Light, Qin Fayi, Qin Fajing, and the others looked at Xiaoyang with admiration. After warning Xiaoyang, they also released their law force and origin force, preparing to attack the ice crystal python. They couldn't just rely on Xiaoyang alone. Although Xiaoyang could do it alone, one more person would mean one more strength. They were still a team after all. In fact, Xiaoyang already knew that the ice crystal python was going to spit poison even before they warned him. Xiaoyang could easily dodge it. However, this time, Xiaoyang did not dodge. Along with the shout, the voice rang out. The black and green snake poison covered Xiaoyang's body. Chapter 990. When 3,000 Light, Qin Fayi, Qin Fajing, and the others saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded. Holy shit, you clearly could have dodged. Why didn't you? Captain. Junior brother. Qin Fayi, Qin Fajing, 3,000 Light, and the others became even more anxious when they saw that Xiaoyang was poisoned. Their faces were filled with worry. Xiaoyang could be said to be their second biggest helper. They hadn't even seen Qiu Rengui and the others yet. They couldn't possibly lose people here. Besides, Xiaoyang was very important to them. They didn't want Xiaoyang to be injured here. 3,000 Light, Qin Fayi, and Qin Fajing weren't the only ones who had a change in emotion. The giant ice crystal python's eyes also brightened. It was stunned for a moment and felt disbelief. From what it knew, Xiaoyang was very strong and agile. If Xiaoyang wanted to dodge, it couldn't do anything to Xiaoyang. It spat out the origin poison out of helplessness. It didn't expect to defeat Xiaoyang with poison. It didn't expect that Xiaoyang would give it a surprise. The giant ice crystal python was proud. It quickly stuck out its tongue and made a hissing sound. Then it instantly channeled its demonic power and opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang laughed. How could he let the giant ice crystal python have its way? He immediately channeled the heaven-devouring poison skill and stimulated the poison veins in his body. He instantly absorbed the poison. After the origin poison was absorbed, Xiaoyang's true identity was revealed. Xiaoyang was safe and sound. There were no injuries on his body. Seeing the giant ice crystal python biting at him recklessly, Xiaoyang directly used his trump card. It was the invincible divine sword technique. It was an Earth-class, mid-grade martial skill. It was extremely powerful and lethal. A small version of the Sword City was instantly formed and then drilled into the giant ice crystal python's mouth. The shocking sword chi and the sharp immortal sword instantly shattered the giant ice crystal python's head. Then it continued to slash, until half of the giant ice crystal python's body was destroyed. The Sword City lost its power and gradually dissipated. The immortal sword hummed and instantly flew into Xiaoyang's hand. Xiaoyang held the immortal sword in his hand and said with a satisfied smile, "This giant ice crystal python actually wanted to swallow me. Let's see if I won't teach it a lesson." After saying this proudly, he accepted the immortal sword. "Junior brother, what happened just now? Weren't you poisoned by the snake venom?" 3000 Light used his movement technique and arrived beside Xiaoyang in a few flashes. He asked Xiaoyang curiously. He continued, "The most powerful thing about this giant ice crystal python is its origin poison. Even I can't cure it." 3000 Light was currently Wu Zun's 6th order powerhouse. Even he was helpless against the poison, but Xiaoyang was immune to it so easily. How could he not be shocked? In addition, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others also walked up and looked at Xiaoyang with concern. It was fine as long as Xiaoyang was safe and sound, but they were afraid that Xiaoyang would be injured. After following Xiaoyang for a period of time, they already knew that Xiaoyang was good at creating miracles, so they didn't ask much about Xiaoyang's immunity to the origin poison. In short, they just believed in Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't hide it from 3000 Light. He chuckled and said, "Senior brother, I have a poison physique, so I'm immune to poison." 3000 Light was stunned. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to have a poison physique. According to this, didn't Xiaoyang cultivate a poison physique? But from Xiaoyang's many moves, Xiaoyang rarely used poison. "Junior brother, senior brother has offended you." 3000 Light didn't think too much about it. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly apologized. These were all private secrets. If he asked directly, it would make others feel that he was up to no good. But Xiaoyang didn't hide anything from him, which made 3000 Light feel trusted. "Junior brother, you don't know, but this giant ice crystal python is a treasure. Its entire body is a treasure. Its skin can be used to refine weapons and medicine, and its meat can be eaten. It can help improve one's cultivation. The most important thing is the core. It immediately contains the essence of the giant ice crystal python. This giant ice crystal python mainly cultivates poison. So after you get it, you can refine the core and improve your cultivation." 3000 Light smiled and explained to Xiaoyang. At the same time, he took out a sharp weapon and helped Xiaoyang remove the skin and meat. He also found the core and handed it to Xiaoyang. Qin Fai and Qin Fajing saw this and also helped. "Captain, keep it well. These are all good things." Qin Fai and Qin Fajing carried these things to Xiaoyang and let Xiaoyang put them into his storage ring. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "I only need one core. I'll leave the rest to you. As for the meat, we'll eat it together after we find the other First Hall disciples." "How can we do that?" Qin Fai and Qin Fajing immediately became anxious. They hurriedly refused. Although they also liked these things, such as tendons, blood, and other treasures, they were all very rare. At the very least, it was difficult for them to afford them. One must know that this giant ice crystal python strength was comparable to Wu Zun's 6th-stage strength. With Wu Zun's 4th-stage strength, it was impossible for them to obtain it. If they went to a shop outside to buy it, the price would definitely be doubled. Therefore, when Xiaoyang gave these precious treasures to them, they were very frightened. This giant ice crystal python was taken down by Xiaoyang, and they only contributed a little. 3,000 Light smiled and said, "Just accept it. Junior brother naturally has his reasons for this arrangement. I'll take the skin. When I refine the leather armor, I'll give you a few sets." "That's the reason." Xiaoyang smiled knowingly. Xiaoyang got the inner core, the most precious thing, and was already satisfied. After eating the meat, he could not leave some soup for others, right? This was too inhumane. Xiaoyang was not a greedy person. He was very generous, especially to his own people. As Wu Zun's 5th stage strength, these blood, meat, tendons, and other things were almost useless to him. On the contrary, to Wu Zun's 4th stage strength, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others, they were very important. "Just accept it. We still have to hurry," Xiaoyang instructed. "Yes, thank you, Captain." "Thank you." Hall Master, 3,000 Light, Qian Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were very grateful. They understood that these things might not be important to Xiaoyang and 3,000 Light, but they could still be sold. They could definitely earn a shocking amount of spirit stones. However, they didn't do so. Instead, they gave these precious materials to them. This made them feel more than just touched. They were only Wu Zun's 4th stage. For Wu Zun's 6th stage strength, it was very rare and precious. Chapter 991. Let's go. Xiaoyang called out to them after seeing that they had put away the items. Then, the group of people continued to head north. He had already put the inner core in his storage ring. Although it was a good thing, it wasn't the right time to refine it. They came to the Ghost Mountain to find people. Now that they hadn't found them and didn't know whether they were dead or alive, they had to find them as soon as possible. After walking for a few hours, they heard a huge commotion in front of them and felt a few powerful auras. It's the disciples of the first hall and otherworldly items. They are fighting. Let's go and help them, lest they get killed. San Qingguang looked ahead and released his divine sense. Soon, he found that Qiu Rengui and the others were fighting with otherworldly items. He flew out first and released his origin energy, using his movement skill to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he was next to Qiu Rengui and the others. Living beings of the ghost realm, you dare to hurt the disciples of the Jigo sect? You are courting death. San Qingguang appeared in front of Qiu Rengui and the others. Immediately, Wu Zun's 6th stage aura burst out and covered the whole place. The pressure of this powerhouse shocked many otherworldly items. They all retreated, remaining vigilant and fierce. They didn't leave immediately. Xiaoyang, Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others appeared in front of Qiu Rengui and the others. Seeing that Qiu Rengui and the others were seriously injured and almost dying, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others couldn't help but sympathize with them. The disciples of the first hall were good. At least, they didn't embarrass them. They would rather die in battle than kneel and beg for their lives. "We are late. You have suffered." San Qingguang looked at Qiu Rengui and the others and comforted them. Then he took out the healing medicine on his body and treated them. Qiu Rengui and the others had planned to die here. They didn't expect that at this critical moment the people of the Jigo sect would come. They were very emotional and couldn't help but cry. "Boo-hoo!" Qiu Rengui and the others couldn't help but cry. This feeling of being saved, this feeling of being pulled out from the gates of hell, made them cry emotionally. It turned out that the Jigo sect had never given up on them. It turned out that they were valued by the Jigo sect. All of a sudden, their sense of belonging to the Jigo sect increased exponentially. This was the benefit of having a backer. Once you encounter a problem that you can't solve, your backer will help you solve it. Senior brother, 1,000 Light, you're finally here. We almost couldn't hold on any longer. The corners of Qiu Rengui and the others' eyes were wet as they spoke, gratefully. Their lips were trembling, and even their voices were trembling. 3,000 Light said righteously, "You are from the Jigo sect. It's only natural that we're here to save you. Don't say anything and focus on healing your injuries. Leave the rest to us." After instructing Qiu Rengui, 3,000 Light continued. "This is Xiaoyang, the captain of the Law Enforcement Hall's first team. These are his team members." Then he turned to Xiaoyang and said, "Junior brother, this is senior brother, Qiu Rengui. Greetings, senior brother. You've worked hard. Focus on healing your injuries. We'll take care of the rest." Xiaoyang hurriedly bowed to Qiu Rengui and the others. He also admired Qiu Rengui and the others. These people's spirit was worthy of his respect. Qiu Rengui was healing his injuries. When he saw Xiaoyang and the others bowing, he ignored his injuries and hurriedly stood up. He returned the bow to Xiaoyang and said, "Senior brother Xiaoyang, thank you. We'll remember your kindness in saving our lives." "Senior brother, heal your injuries first," Xiaoyang said with concern. Then he led Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others to form a defensive formation and calmly face the numerous otherworldly items of the ghost domain. Be careful. Don't be careless. Especially protect your knowledge C. These creatures of the ghost domain are very good at mental attacks. Xiaoyang said. He had to buy time for Qiu Rengui and the others to heal their injuries. 3,000 Lights had already started healing their injuries and was channeling the power of origin to cast a spell. Then Xiaoyang and the others would have to protect them. "Xiaoyang, it's you." A surprised voice came from among the creatures of the ghost domain. Then a wave of fog rolled and slowly condensed into a figure. Xiaoyang looked at that figure and seemed to be familiar. Then the fog beside Lord Yin danced again, and another figure condensed. It was Gui Mei. "So it's you guys." Xiaoyang recognized them at a glance. Previously, when Xiaoyang was still a martial ancestor, he had fought with Gui Mei in Chaos City. At that time, Lord Yin was present as a witness. He didn't expect that the two sides would meet again. "This world is too narrow. I didn't expect us to meet again," Gui Mei said coldly with a cold aura. Back in Chaos City, he was defeated by Xiaoyang. That was the humiliation of his life. After that, he worked hard to cultivate, and his cultivation was now comparable to Wu Zun's level 4. So, the moment he saw Xiaoyang, he couldn't wait to tear Xiaoyang to pieces immediately to wash away the humiliation from before. "Xiaoyang, I lost to you previously. Now, Shang Tianan arranged for us to meet at Ghost Mountain in the middle level. It's destined to be fate. Now give me your life." Gui Mei let out a cold and hateful voice, his tone full of resentment. "Xiaoyang, do you dare to fight me one-on-one again? If you win, I'll naturally let you guys leave. If you lose, then I'm sorry. We'll have an all-out war, life and death," Gui Mei said arrogantly. He knew that Xiaoyang cultivated the poison technique, and also knew that Xiaoyang's poison technique was very powerful. However, to the beings of the ghost realm, poison didn't exist. They weren't afraid at all. They were otherworldly items, and didn't have a physical body at all. Only people who had a physical body would be poisoned. So he was fearless. In addition, he had worked hard to cultivate during this period of time and obtained many fortuitous encounters. He had already raised his cultivation by several realms. He was 200% confident that he could take down Xiaoyang. "Captain, be careful of a trap." Chan Fai, Qin Fajing, and the rest heard that Gui Mei wanted to fight Xiaoyang one-on-one, and immediately reminded with a worried expression. These beings of the ghost realm had unpredictable methods and strange attacks. They had to be careful. Xiaoyang comforted them and said, "Don't worry, I'm old acquaintances with that Gui Mei and that Yin sovereign we once fought in the lower realm." Hearing Xiaoyang say this with his own mouth, Qin Fai and Qin Fajing were in disbelief. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. Xiaoyang took a few steps forward. looked at Gui Mei calmly and said with contempt, Gui Mei, bring it on. I was able to defeat you last time, so this time I will naturally be able to defeat you. I also want to see how far you have grown to become so arrogant. Chapter 992. Gui Mei chuckled, then asked Lordine for permission to fight. Lordine, please allow me to fight. Lordine nodded and did not say anything. Following that, Gui Mei flew into the air, looked down at Xiaoyang and mocked. Xiaoyang, are you prepared to die? Prepare to die. After laughing sinisterly, he instantly launched an attack. He used the doppelganger technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures suddenly appeared around Xiaoyang, each of them possessing Gui Mei's true strength. These figures were extremely fast, and when they flew in the air, they emitted a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Insignificant skill. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and did not hold back. He immediately used the Traceless Dream, and his majestic divine sense swept out like a stormy sea, crazily sweeping out, washing over Gui Mei's doppelganger bodies, and instantly destroying these doppelganger bodies. In a short while, Gui Mei's body once again condensed more than 10 feet away from Xiaoyang. Gui Mei sneered, Xiaoyang, you really haven't improved at all. When you were in the lower realm, you used this move, and now you're still using this move. You think I'll never change. You're too naive. Xiaoyang sneered but did not say a word. Of course, he still had more powerful moves, but he did not use them. Right now, both sides had not used their full strength, and were only testing each other's trump cards. Gui Mei laughed sinisterly, Xiaoyang. Just now I only used 70% of my strength. Next, you'll have to be careful. Watch this. After he roared, he instantly condensed a spear shadow and rapidly attacked Xiaoyang's forehead. If his attack hit, then Xiaoyang would definitely be killed, and his body would be taken over. Xiaoyang was not stupid. After seeing the opponent's attack, he sneered and began to play for real, directly using the spirit refining art. The power of the spirit refining art was several times stronger than the Traceless Dream. One had to know that the Traceless Dream technique was cultivated from the foundation of the Traceless Dream technique. Xiaoyang's spiritual sense once again spread out, and this time it was even more violent and sharp. In less than a breath's time, Gui Mei and Xiaoyang were fighting. This astonishing amount of divine sense attacked Gui Mei's body, causing Gui Mei to scream again and again. Even the condensed spear shadow collapsed in an instant. You, how is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Gui Mei was shocked. He was overwhelmed with shock. Previously, he had tested Xiaoyang's strength and thought that everything was under his control. However, he did not expect to be played by Xiaoyang. This made him very angry. Gui Mei, how is it? Do you admit defeat? Do you want another round? Xiaoyang chuckled. His face was full of pride. When Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others saw this, they were all excited and overjoyed. Originally, they were all very afraid of the ghost realm and had no confidence in their hearts. Now that they saw Xiaoyang easily defeating Gui Mei, their confidence soared, and their admiration for Xiaoyang reached an incomparable level. Captain is awesome. Captain is too powerful. Captain, you're so sharp. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others couldn't help but exclaim. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up, looking at the ever-changing Gui Mei, waiting for the other party to make a move. Yin Sovereign Air said indifferently, Gui Mei, come back. You are not his opponent. But Gui Mei was unwilling to admit defeat and still wanted to fight. No buts. If you continue to fight, your soul will scatter. As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood. Yin Sovereign Air persuaded. Xiaoyang, you're amazing. You have guts. Just wait for me. I will definitely teach you a lesson in the future. Gui Mei said some harsh words to Xiaoyang, and then unwillingly walked back to the Ghost Realm's camp. Xiaoyang smiled disdainfully and said indifferently, Gui Mei, I will always be waiting for you. Then he looked at Een Sovereign Air and said, Een Sovereign, how about it? Do you want to give it a try? No, Xiaoyang, you are very outstanding. If there is a chance in the future, come and join my ghost realm. I will give my position to you. Een Sovereign Air said magnanimously, I'm afraid there won't be such a chance. I will definitely rise above the 9 heavens. Xiaoyang said proudly. In his previous life, he had already reached the top realm of the eternal poison sovereign, let alone in this life. He would only go further. Let's go. Een Sovereign Air did not argue with Xiaoyang. With a loud shout, he left with Gui Mei and the others. In the blink of an eye, all the living beings of the ghost realm disappeared. After Een Sovereign Air, Gui Mei, and the other living beings of the ghost realm left, Xiaoyang, 3,000 Light, Qiu Rengui, Qin Fai, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. In a dangerous place like the Ghost Mountain, they were the biggest threat. Now that they had left, it was equivalent to solving this huge problem. Looking at the situation of Qiu Rengui and the others, it was obvious how badly they had been taught a lesson by Een Sovereign Air, Gui Mei, and the other otherworldly items. It was simply unimaginable. Senior Brother, 3,000 Light, Senior Brother Rengui, you guys can rest assured and recuperate. Gui Mei, Een Sovereign, and the others have already left. Xiaoyang said to 3,000 Light, Qiu Rengui, and the others, hoping that they would not be nervous and could relax a little, so that their hearts would not be heavy. The speed of recovery had a lot to do with one's mood. If one's mood was good, their injuries would recover faster. 3,000 Light was currently casting a spell to heal his injuries, so it was inconvenient for him to speak. Qiu Rengui's condition was not bad, so he said to Xiaoyang, Senior Brother Xiaoyang, you're really strong. Gui Mei and Een Sovereign were all beaten away by you. From this, it could be seen how strong Xiaoyang's fighting strength was. He was definitely stronger than Qiu Rengui. Qiu Rengui's group was not a match for Gui Mei, Een Sovereign, and the others, but Xiaoyang alone dealt with them. The two sides were not on the same level. You guys should be more alert. Don't be careless because of this. Otherworldly items have always been cunning and treacherous. Don't be fooled easily. Xiaoyang reminded Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. Then he walked to a place not far away and continued to guard. After waiting for half a day, when Qiu Rengui and the others' injuries were almost healed, 3,000 Light stopped. After getting up, his body was weak and he staggered, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Xiaoyang's eyes and hands were sharp, and he hurriedly went to support him. Senior Brother, 3,000 Light, are you okay? Xiaoyang asked with concern. Yes, I'm fine. I've consumed a lot of my cultivation, so I'm a little weak. I'll be fine after some rest. 3,000 Light explained. Thank you, Senior Brother, 3,000 Light. Thank you, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. From now on, we'll listen to your orders. Qiu Rengui and the others looked at 3,000 Light, and their hearts were touched. They once again bowed with gratitude. No need to be so polite. Let's go to the cave and rest for a night. It just so happens that we have some good things on hand, so everyone can have a good meal. Chapter 993. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said to them, Is that so? I don't know what good stuff it is. We haven't eaten cooked food for many days. One of Qiu Rengui's teammates' eyes lit up. He couldn't help but look at Xiaoyang with joy. Qiu Rengui couldn't help but glare at this foodie. He came to save him. It was already a great kindness, and now he wanted to eat his food. Do you have any manners? This foodie hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say more. Qiu Rengui then stepped forward apologetically and said, Senior Brother Xiaoyang, please don't blame us. It's true that we haven't eaten our fill for the past few days. Now that we've embarrassed ourselves, I'll go hunting and pick some wild fruits. He was about to leave to prepare the food. Xiao Yang stopped him, saying, Senior brother Ringui, there's no need to be like this. We really brought delicious food. On the way here, we encountered a giant ice crystal python. It was easier to take it, but we were anxious to find you, so we didn't eat. Now that you are all safe and sound, we can have a good meal with more people. What? Giant ice crystal python? My God, this is Wu Zun, a powerful existence of the sixth step. Qiu Rengue and the others stared with wide eyes, somewhat dumbfounded. They thought it was just some simple food. They didn't expect it to be such a precious giant ice crystal python. How can this be? Qiu Rengue and the others didn't dare to accept, because it was too precious. Even if it was just flesh, as long as it was sold, it could be sold for a shocking price. But now that Xiao Yang was going to share it with everyone, how generous and generous was he? Qiu Rengue and the others didn't think. They admired Xiao Yang's character even more. Okay, don't say any more. Come, let's enter the cave. Under Xiao Yang's insistence and enthusiasm, the group entered the cave. Qiu Rengue and the others' eyes were shining, looking at Xiao Yang excitedly. Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others were the same. To them, the giant ice crystal python was something good. Normally, they wouldn't be able to eat one even if they wanted to. If they went to the inn and ordered this dish, they were afraid that the spirit stones that they had accumulated for half their lives would be used up. They couldn't afford it. Seeing them like this, 3,000 Light couldn't help but laugh and comforted them. It's okay. Senior brother Xiao Yang has always been a generous person. There's no need to be like this. Yes, Senior brother Thousand Light. Everyone agreed. With the consolation of the 3,000 lights, their hearts relaxed a lot. They also began to talk about what they had seen and heard in the human ghost mountain. 3,000 Light was cultivating at the side to recover his cultivation. Xiao Yang took out a big pot from his storage ring and summoned a mid-grade heavenly flame. He also took out some spirit water and started cooking the meat. In addition, he also made a fire rack and used a portion of the meat to roast. There were 7 or 8 types of seasonings on the side. There were sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and numb. He could add whatever seasonings he wanted. It was already late at night. There were flames in the cave illuminating the cave. Everyone was gluttonously looking at the delicious meat. They didn't feel lonely or lonely. Okay, we can start eating. After a while, Xiaoyang put away the mid-grade heavenly flame and then called everyone to eat. 3,000 Light also stopped cultivating and began to come over. He took a sniff and said, it smells so good. The spirit qi is also very rich. Then he took the lead to take a bite. Not bad, not bad. Junior brother, your cooking is very good. 3,000 Light praised as he ate. With him eating first, the rest of the people also let go. They grabbed the meat and began to eat, wolfing it down. Especially Qiu Rengue and the others. They hadn't eaten a normal meal for a long time. Now that there was such delicious food, they naturally ate to their heart's content and didn't care about being polite. Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others also ate such good food for the first time. The more they ate, the more delicious it was. They ate happily and their mouths were full of oil. As they ate and drank to their heart's content, their cultivation improved a lot, which made them even more excited. Senior brother Xiaoyang, thank you for the food. Qiu Rengue said lightly. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burp. It was so embarrassing. Of course, Xiaoyang didn't care about this. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, I still have a lot here. If you can't finish it, you can take it back. You can also share it with your friends and family. He blinked and left the rest of the food for them. As for himself, he also left some for 3,000 Desolation, 3,000 Stream, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, and the others to eat when they returned to the Jigo sect. After one night, they were almost familiar with each other. They said anything and were very happy. Dawn, they embarked on the journey back to the Jigo sect. It was a triumphant return. Xiaoyang smiled and said, let's go back. You're all good. You're all heroes of the first palace. He took out the flying ship. Under the effect of the power of origin, the flying ship, which was originally the size of a palm, suddenly expanded to more than 10 feet in size. Everyone flew onto the flying ship. Xiao Yang piloted the flying ship and returned to the Jigo sect. Half a day passed, and they successfully returned to the Jigo sect. Okay, Senior Brother Qianguang, Senior Brother Ringui, we'll take our leave here. We still have to go to the law enforcement hall to submit our mission. After Xiaoyang put away the flying ship, he cupped his fists and said goodbye to them. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others also cupped their fists and said goodbye. Okay, Senior Brother Xiaoyang, we'll visit you when we have time. Don't refuse. Senior Brother Qianguang, we'll go find you after we submit our mission. Qiu Rangui smiled and cupped his fists at Xiaoyang. Then he cupped his fists at Qianguang. Senior brother, I'm leaving. When I'm done with my work, I'll go back and have a drink. Xiaoyang said to Qianguang. Qianguang laughed and said, Remember, don't forget. Then he waved at Xiaoyang and Qiu Rangui. He activated his power of origin and used his movement technique to return to the training hall. Now that the rescue mission was successful, he also had to go back and submit his mission. Xiaoyang and the others returned to the law enforcement hall and found the captain. The captain, Chen Feilai, was working in the law enforcement hall. As a powerhouse, he naturally noticed that Xiaoyang and the others had come in. However, he pretended not to see them and continued to deal with official business, pretending to be working. This made Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others very unhappy. They had worked so hard to complete their mission outside, and now that they were finally back, they saw this cold and aloof face. It was fine if he didn't comfort or encourage them, but at least he didn't have to pretend like this. Xiao Yang quickly glared at them, and they quickly restrained their dissatisfaction. After hanging Xiao Yang and the others for 2 hours, the captain, Qin Feilai, put down the things in his hands, looked at Xiaoyang and asked, The people from the first team are back. What's wrong? Did you fail your mission? Chapter 994. Chen Feilai looked down on the members of the first squad. When Zuoqiu Tang was still around, he did not mind smiling at the first squad leader. After all, Zuoqiu Tang was a good person and would give him some good things from time to time. However, after Xiaoyang became the leader of the first squad, he did not get any benefits. It was as if he had lost a source of income. Of course, he was unhappy. Once he was unhappy, he would not be nice to the first squad. Reporting to the leader, We have completed the mission. This is the Bodhi fruit. Please take a look. Xiaoyang took out the Bodhi fruit and handed it to Qin Feilai in a businesslike manner. Qin Feilai glanced at the Bodhi fruit and was stunned. He did not expect Xiaoyang and the others to find the Bodhi fruit. One had to know that it was too difficult to find. Although they knew it was on Bodhi Island, those who did not have a high cultivation level would not be able to take it away even if they found it. Because the Bodhi fruit was a favorite of some demonic beasts, there would definitely be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. Even Xiaoyang and the first squad were no match for the demonic beasts. Not to mention that the Bodhi tree grew in the central area of Bodhi Island, which was 100 times more dangerous than the outside. There were all kinds of miasma, poisonous gas, and powerful demonic beasts. The reason why Chen Feilai had given this impossible task to the first squad was that he wanted to make things difficult for the first squad, so that he could give them a show of strength. However, he did not expect that Xiaoyang and the others would really complete the mission. This made him feel like he had been slapped in the face. Logically speaking, if they had completed such a difficult mission, then Li Qiufeng, Lu Qifeng, and the others should have completed the simple mission of finding the blood snake stone and returned. However, he had not seen them until now. Chen Feilai frowned and pondered for a moment. First, he wanted to make things difficult for Xiaoyang and the others. However, now that Xiaoyang had completed the mission, how could he make things difficult for them? After thinking for a moment, he said indifferently, Well, let's leave this fruit here first. When Li Qiufeng, Lu Qifeng, and the others return, we will accept your mission. Do you have any objections? Of course they had objections. Chun Fai, Chun Fajing, and the others muttered in their hearts with anger in their eyes. We have completed the mission. Why do we have to wait? If Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng do not return in 10 years, they will have to wait for 10 years. That is too unreasonable. They kept slandering him and were very unhappy. Of course, even though they were displeased, they didn't show it. They didn't want to embarrass Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and said, "Since Senior Captain insists, what else can I do? I will do as you say." "Ha, good. Captain Xiaoyang is really tactful. Okay, you can leave." Captain Chen Feilai laughed and waved his hand to let Xiaoyang and the others leave. Xiaoyang and the others left. Chun Fai could not help but complain. He said angrily, "Captain, how can you let him do whatever he wants? We don't know what he will do if we leave the Bodhi fruit with him. We were careless this time." "That's right, Captain. One look and I can tell that Captain isn't a good person. He's so biased towards Li Qiufeng, Lu Qifeng, and the others. He's definitely trying to make things difficult for us and suppress us. It's really preposterous. For example, let's go find the hall master." "Yes, we should go to the hall master to judge." Chen Fajing and the others were very unhappy. They threatened to go to the hall master of the law enforcement hall. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly and comforted them. "Don't worry. The captain is just eating his own bitter fruit. Let him jump around for a few days. Of course, if you can find the hall master, you can talk to him. But I'm afraid you won't be able to see him." Xiaoyang explained. How could the hall master of the law enforcement hall make a big fuss over such a small matter? On the other hand, Chen Fai and the others had violated the taboo of the workplace by reporting it. Don't worry about the Bodhi fruit. Go to the mission hall and get a position for the blood snake stone. Then hand it in to get the points and rewards. Xiaoyang instructed them. The law enforcement hall also had a mission to find the blood snake stone. However, Captain Chen Feilai was too unreliable. If they handed the blood snake stone to him, they might not be able to return. "Yes, then we'll deal with the blood snake stone first. Captain, we'll find you later." After Chen Fai and Chen Fajing heard Xiaoyang's suggestion, they immediately changed their focus. They were afraid that Xiaoyang was pedantic and loyal. If Xiaoyang asked them to hand the blood snake stone to Chen Feilai, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, they hurriedly left. After Xiaoyang watched them leave, he also used his movement technique and returned to the cave. After returning to the cave, he released his divine sense and saw Lanje, Gu Qianqian, Dragon Lady, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, and Flamingo cultivating. The spiritual energy in the cave was rich. In addition, it was in the Jigo sect, so the spiritual energy was abundant. Compared to the outside world, the spiritual energy here was many times richer. Xiaoyang didn't disturb them. Instead, he went to find 3,000 desolation and 3,000 stream. 3,000 desolation and 3,000 stream were originally cultivating and just happened to come out today. They released their divine sense and immediately sensed that Xiaoyang had returned. They were excited and their faces were full of smiles. They went to the entrance of the cave to welcome Xiaoyang and said with a smile, "Senior brother Xiaoyang, you're finally back. We missed you so much." "Yes, I brought some good stuff." Xiaoyang looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out the flesh of the giant ice crystal python. Come. Hurry up and help. Let's cook it first and make some wine." "Oh, senior brother, 3,000 light will come later and say that he wants to eat together." Xiaoyang hurriedly cooked. 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation were immediately excited and hurriedly helped. When they saw that the flesh was of the giant ice crystal python, they couldn't help but be shocked. "Senior brother Xiaoyang, is this the flesh of the giant ice crystal python?" they asked. "Yes, not bad. You have good taste. You recognized it at a glance." Xiao Yang replied casually. He didn't think that the flesh was precious and rare at all. 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation hesitated and said, Senior brother Xiaoyang, do you know how precious this meat is? I don't know. It doesn't matter how expensive it is. What's important is that we can share it together. Oh, when we were at the Ghost Mountain, Senior brother Qiu, Ringui, Senior brother 3,000 Light, and the others all ate it together. Xiao Yang knew what they were thinking. He explained again and comforted them. This way, they felt much better. All right, then let's eat together. We also want to try it. It's just that this thing is too precious and we can't get it. If we want to buy it, we don't have the money. All right, should we call the 3 junior sisters? Chapter 995. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation soon let go, rubbed their hands, and asked happily, They are still cultivating, don't call them. I still have a lot of meat. I'll eat with them later. Xiao Yang replied. The 3 of them were busy. 2 hours later, 3,000 Light also finished his work in the training hall and returned. Wow, you're all done. Great, come, let's eat together. 3,000 Light had eaten it once in the human ghost mountain, and he was very full. He had eaten to his heart's content last time. Now that he saw it again, his appetite naturally increased. The 4 of them were eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls. They were very happy. After a full meal, 3,000 Desolation and 3,000 Lu felt that their cultivation had improved a lot. If it weren't for Senior brother Xiao Yang and Senior brother 3,000 Light, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat such delicacies in our lifetime. No, we can't eat too much. We have to cultivate and absorb spirit energy. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation immediately walked into the training room and began to cultivate. Xiao Yang and 3,000 Light walked out of the cave. Junior brother, do you want Senior brother to guide you in your cultivation? 3,000 Light asked. He had promised Xiao Yang before that he would do his best to guide Xiao Yang. He was now at a higher realm than Xiao Yang, so of course he was qualified to say this. Xiao Yang said gratefully, Senior brother, forget it. I'll look for you when I need it. I haven't refined that inner core yet. I have to go back and cultivate. That's good. Then you go. If you need anything, just look for me. 3,000 Light said. They bid farewell twice. After Xiao Yang returned to the cave, he didn't disturb Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoya, and the others. Bloodthirsty Iceworm and Fiery Bird sensed that Xiao Yang was back, but they didn't come over and still silently absorbed spirit energy. Xiao Yang also chose one of the training rooms and began to cultivate. After sitting cross-legged and adjusting his state of mind, he took out the inner core. This Niden contained all of the essence of the giant ice crystal python, and it contained the giant ice crystal python's poison. This thing was very hard to come by for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang began to absorb and refine the energy, constantly increasing his cultivation base. Time passed quickly when one cultivated without regard to time. A few days later, the inner core floating in front of Xiao Yang had been completely absorbed, and all the poison inside had been turned into nutrients for Xiao Yang's cultivation. The Niden also dissipated. This origin source poison is truly tyrannical. I've already reached the peak of the 5th order Wuzun. I'm just 1 step away from the 6th order Wuzun. Xiao Yang murmured, satisfied with his progress. He got up and walked out of the training room. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, and Dragon Lady were already sitting in the hall eating fruits. When they saw Xiao Yang come out, they were immediately happy. Cousin, big brother Xiao Yang, young master. They were very excited, and their delicate cheeks were full of joy. After not seeing Xiao Yang for so long, they missed him so much. When they came out, they naturally knew that Xiao Yang had returned. But when they saw Xiao Yang cultivating, they didn't disturb him. Now that Xiao Yang came out, they happily came over and supported Xiao Yang's left and right hands. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. The bloodthirsty Iceworm and Flamingo also flew to Xiao Yang's shoulder and were very close to Xiaoyang. Go. Ji. They used their beast language to tell him about their progress. Xiaoyang glanced at them and saw that they had indeed improved. Now, the bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo had grown to a terrifying level, reaching the second rank of Wuzun. Looking at Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianshan, and the others, their cultivation had also increased very quickly, reaching the second rank of Wuzun. It seemed they hadn't been lazy during this period of time. Well, you've all made great progress. You've all reached the second rank of Wuzun, Xiaoyang said with satisfaction. Of course, Lan Jiaya rarely proudly answered. Gu Qianshan was a bit more reserved. She restrained herself and said, "It's all thanks to Big Brother Xiaoyang that we have such a good cultivation environment. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to break through." Dragon Lady smiled and said, "It's all thanks to young master. This maid also has a day like this." Dragon Lady's father, Wu Zun, was only at the second rank of Wuzun. Dragon Lady had caught up to him at such a young age. If Dragon Lady returned to the Beast region one day, she would definitely surprise Wuzun. "In order to reward you, I've already prepared delicious food for you." Xiaoyang smiled and took out the remaining ice crystal python meat from his storage ring. "Wow, what meat is this? The spiritual qi is so dense." After seeing the meat, Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady were shocked. The bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo almost couldn't control themselves and wanted to eat it raw. Among beasts, if they devoured their companions, they could also evolve. Xiaoyang cut 2 large pieces and gave them to the bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo. The bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo immediately became happy. They immediately released their cultivation and flew to the side with the meat in their mouths, eating it raw. After eating 2 large pieces of meat, their cultivation base improved greatly. How barbaric! Let's eat it cooked and add seasoning. Lan Jiaya and Gu Qianshan hurriedly took out the pots and pans in the living room and started cooking. It was rare for Xiaoyang to be idle at the side, quietly watching them busy themselves. Go. Squeak! The bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo returned to Xiaoyang's shoulder. Their cultivation aura became stronger, and they could break through to Wu Zun's third order at any time. Xiaoyang looked at their changes and was a little shocked. Although he knew that the ice crystal python meat contained an astonishing amount of spiritual qi, he didn't expect it to be so much that it almost made his 2 pets break through. After Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady finished their work, delicious food appeared on the table. "Cousin, come, let's eat." "Brother Xiaoyang, here's your chopsticks." "Young master, I'll pour you some spirit wine." The 3 girls enthusiastically called Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ate 2 meals in a row and was already tired of eating. What's more, he had already absorbed the ice crystal python's inner core. The meat had almost no effect on him. However, looking at their enthusiastic appearance, Xiaoyang didn't want to discourage them. He also joined them and ate. Not bad. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. It's really rare." Xiaoyang praised them. "Anyway, it's just a matter of wasting some saliva." He didn't lose anything. After eating and drinking, Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaya, and Dragon Lady couldn't bear the rich spiritual qi in their bodies. They hurriedly returned to the practice room to cultivate. Xiaoyang walked towards the entrance of the cave, because he already felt that someone was looking for him. It was Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. Captain. Chapter 996. When they saw Xiaoyang come out, they saluted respectfully and shouted, "And what's the matter?" Xiaoyang asked indifferently. Chen Fai hurriedly took out a magic treasure from his body and handed it to Xiaoyang, saying, "Captain, this is the reward for the Blood Snake Stone mission. I'll give it to you." Xiaoyang glanced at the magic treasure. It was just a heaven-level magic treasure. He didn't take it seriously. One had to know that Xiaoyang had already refined 2 heaven-level magic treasures in his body. One was the heaven-level magic treasure Captive Phoenix, and the other was the heaven-level mid-grade magic treasure Mountain River map. This also led to Xiaoyang's physical body being as strong as Wu Zun's fourth order. As Chen Fai moved, Qin Fajing also hurriedly took out a card from his storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyang, saying, "Captain, this is the points you deserve. Take it." This sect points was very good. It was a good thing. With enough points, one could exchange for anything in the sect, such as cultivation methods, pills, formations, talismans, puppets, and so on. Xiaoyang blinked and released his divine sense. He glanced at the card and saw that the accumulated points on it was 100. Only 100 points? Although it was very little, it must be very important. Xiaoyang didn't know about the exchange rate of the Jigo Sect's points for goods. Xiaoyang said indifferently, "What about you guys? Did you all get the rewards you deserve?" He couldn't just take away these benefits directly. Chen Fai chuckled and said, "Captain, the mission reward for the Blood Snake Stone is 5 heaven-grade magic treasures. 500 points. We originally wanted to give you 2/3 of it, but you were determined not to accept it, so we acted on our own. Each of us took 100 points, and each of us got a heaven-grade magic treasure. Yes, Captain, this heaven-level magic treasure and 100 points are all yours. You must accept it, or we will feel guilty. Captain, we can give you all the points and treasures." The team members were very enthusiastic. When they were on Bodhi Island, they had given the Blood Serpent Stone to Xiaoyang. It was only for Xiaoyang and did not belong to anyone else. However, Xiaoyang firmly refused. In the end, they agreed to split the spoils equally. Only then did Xiaoyang agree. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang was not a person who coveted credit. "All right, who do you think I am?" Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at them and accepted the card and the heaven-grade magic treasure. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I want to sell this heaven-grade magic treasure. Where do you think is a good place to sell it? How much is it selling for?" He already had 2 heaven-grade magic artifacts in his body, and one of them was a heaven-grade, mid-grade magic artifact. So this heaven-grade magic artifact was useless to him. It was better to use this magic artifact to exchange for some points. When the time came, he could use the points on hand to exchange for more advanced magic artifacts. This way, he could improve his physical strength. Moreover, if he had enough points, he could also give some to Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others. They could buy whatever they wanted. Hearing Xiaoyang's question, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were stunned. Qin Fai hurriedly said, "Captain, in our first palace, there is a small market in the West Mountain. You can sell it there. The price is 90 points to 150 points. The specific price depends on the negotiation." Qin Fajing and the others nodded. This was originally the market price. Xiaoyang was very good to them, and they did not need to deceive Xiaoyang. "Well, then I want to sell it. 100 points will do. Do you want it? If not, I will go to the West Mountain." Xiaoyang asked. If he went to the West Mountain, then the number of points sold would be more than that. Obviously, he wanted to sell it to Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. Even if they did not need this heaven-level magic artifact, they would definitely be able to earn dozens of points. Seeing that Xiaoyang did not seem to be joking, Qin Fajing said, "Captain, in that case I will help you sell it. I should be able to sell it for 140 points. I will try my best to sell it." Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "Okay, you give me 100 points and this magic artifact is yours. As for how much it is sold, it is yours. This is not very good, right?" Qin Fajing was a little embarrassed to accept it. This was an obvious benefit. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, "If you feel embarrassed, then you can take 1/3 of the benefits. The remaining 2/3 can be divided among the 3 of them." "Yes. Okay, I agree." Qin Fajing hurriedly patted his chest and agreed. Then he took out his card and transferred 100 points to Xiao Yang's card. Qin Fai and the others were also happy to reveal a smile and said, "Thank you, Captain." Thus, the group hurriedly headed towards the West Mountain. For them, it was very difficult to earn points. Now that Xiao Yang gave it to them, of course they were very grateful. Looking at their backs, Xiao Yang said, "Don't forget, when you have time, go find senior brother Qianguang and ask them to guide you in your cultivation." "Yes, Captain, we have looked before. We will look again when we have time," Qin Fai and the others replied. Xiao Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about it, there might be some good stuff in the West Mountain market of the first palace. It would be better to look for it and ask what the points in his hands could be exchanged for. In any case, he was now a buyer with 200 points. Following behind Qin Fajing and the others, in less than a few breaths of time, they arrived at the West Mountain Market. This small West Mountain Market was just a place where people gathered to trade. Some people were trading pills, some were trading formations, and some were trading talismans. It was different, but there was everything. Xiao Yang was currently not interested in talismans, formations, pills, and puppets. Instead, he was interested in poisons and magic treasures. Poisons were of great help to his cultivation. Magic treasures were also of great benefit to improving his physical body. However, after looking around, he did not find what he wanted. Xiao Yang could not help but shake his head. "Dear guest, may I know what you would like to order? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Bao Dating, I sell information, and I also sell all kinds of goods. As long as you need it, I can get it for you." Bao Dating chuckled and enthusiastically served Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang glanced at the somewhat wretched Bao Dating and asked, "I want to ask, I have 200 points. Can I buy a mid-grade heaven-level magic treasure? How many points do I need to buy a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure?" Bao Inquire sneered and said, "Dear customer, you've asked the right person. Customer, I have more information than you think, so I am called Bao Dating." Bao Dating chuckled, his expression somewhat proud. Then he raised a finger at Xiao Yang. This made Xiao Yang a little confused. Chapter 997. "Sir, you're new here, right? It's okay. I'll let you know the rules of my Bao Dating. Anyone who wants to ask for information from me has to pay a starting price of a few points. That's not too much, right?" The Bao Dating explained. Xiao Yang thought about it. It was indeed not expensive, although he could also ask for the information he wanted from others. It was not good to always disturb others. Since this guy specialized in selling information, he must know more than others. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to charge. "Okay, I'll give you a few points." He wanted to take out a card from his storage ring and assign a few points to the other party's card. After the Bao Dating checked it, the smile on his face became even brighter. He immediately said, "Sir, don't you want to buy a heaven-level middle grade or heaven-level high-grade magic treasure now? I have a way for you to get it for free." "What way?" Xiao Yang's interest was piqued. As long as it was not a scam, he could accept it. The Bao Dating continued, "It's like this. Recently, a small team is looking for people to explore Bodhi Island, and I happened to buy a blueprint. This blueprint indicates the location of a heaven-level, high-grade magic treasure. If you join this team, I can give you the blueprint." Xiao Yang hesitated. Although the other party was selling information, he seemed to be recruiting people now. Moreover, why should he believe what the other party said? What if the other party was lying? Bodhi Island was a very dangerous place. Xiao Yang had taken Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others there before. Even the Bodhi fruit was so difficult to get, let alone a heaven-level high-grade magic treasure. It was probably even more difficult to get. The Bao Dating saw the change in Xiao Yang's expression and immediately knew what Xiao Yang was thinking. He coughed dryly and said frankly, "Dear guest, I, Bao Dating, am a member of this team. I came here specifically to look for someone. Of course, my Bao Dating does sell information. If you're not interested, it's fine. Let me tell you, A mid-grade heaven-level magic weapon costs about 1,000 points in the Jigo sect, and a high-grade heaven-level magic weapon costs about 5,000 points. Although they were all heaven-grade magic treasures, each grade had a huge difference. A heaven-class, low-grade Dharma treasure was only worth a little more than 100 points. Every time he leveled up, he would need several times more points. It was simply unimaginable. Dear guest, I think you should consider my suggestion. These days, it's not easy to accumulate points. Going out on a mission will only give you 100 points, and that's under the premise that you have to complete the mission. Completing a mission will take a lot of time. By the time you accumulate enough points, you don't know how long it will take. You might as well use that time to cultivate. Bao Dating was painstakingly persuading Xiaoyang, hoping that he would join their team. According to Bao Dating, Xiaoyang did feel that it made sense. The sex points were not easy to accumulate. It would take too long, too much effort, and too much energy. Xiaoyang blinked, thought for a moment, and said, "How about this? I'll look for you after I've thought about it. I haven't decided yet." Bao Dating grinned and said, "Okay." Then he took out a jade slip from his body and handed it to Xiaoyang, saying, "If you've thought it through, contact me. But you have to be quick. We'll set off in about a day or two." Xiaoyang took the jade slip and asked, "What's your mission this time?" Bao Dating did not hide anything and said, "Everyone's purpose is different. There are at least 10 people in the team. Some have missions, and some are looking for opportunities alone. Everyone is different. What about you?" Xiaoyang asked with a frown. If that was the case, the team would be too loose. Because their goals were not the same, they might be separated when the time came. Therefore, Xiaoyang only cared about Bao Dating because Bao Dating was willing to give him the blueprint. As for the others, Xiaoyang was not interested. Bao Dating grinned and said, "I have 2 goals. One is to seek a breakthrough on the island, and the other is to find the Bodhi fruit. The other is to see if there are any other benefits." Xiaoyang was a little stunned. The other party's frankness and straightforwardness made him have a good impression of him. He asked, "If everyone's goal is different, then wouldn't your so-called team be a pile of loose sand? Why do you have to be entangled?" Bao Dating smiled bitterly and said, "That is indeed the case. However, with the banner of a team, when we reach the island, even if we are separated, at least we can take care of each other. For example, if we meet each other and know that the other is in danger, we will help. This is equivalent to finding backup helpers for ourselves." Xiaoyang was immediately relieved. To put it simply, they did their own things. But as soon as a companion asked for help, they would help the other party out of danger. This was a good idea. "Okay, I will look for you after I think about it." Xiaoyang left. Now that he knew that the 199 points in his hand could not buy a heaven-level middle-grade magic treasure, nor could he buy a heaven-level high-grade magic treasure, Xiaoyang was not in the mood to stroll around the West Mountain Bazaar. He was not interested in other things like talismans, puppets, pills, and so on, so he planned to return to the cave to cultivate. Just as Xiaoyang was about to leave, he heard quarreling in front of him. "Hey, what are you doing? Want to steal my heaven-level magic treasure? Where are the points you promised to give us?" "That's right. Let me tell you, we are not easy to bully. We are all from the law enforcement hall." "Chen Fai, Chen Fajing," and the others shouted loudly and instantly surrounded them. Hey, what do you want to do? Is the law enforcement hall so great?" "My father is the captain of the law enforcement hall. Be careful, or I will ask my father to teach you a lesson." Chen Shilai shouted loudly, a fierce look on his face, his eyes full of ridicule and contempt. He relied on his father's identity as the captain of the law enforcement hall, and had always been domineering and unreasonable in the West Mountain Bazaar. Who knew how many people had been hurt and cheated of their benefits by him? Now he had deceived Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. Of course, Qin Shilai was so arrogant and despotic here. It was not that no one had reported or complained, but in the end there was no news. If the matter was blown out of proportion, the captain of the law enforcement hall, Chen Feilai, would send his confidants to beat him up. In this way, those victims would not dare to be rash. If they encountered a difficult victim, if Chen Feilai's confidants could not handle it, then Chen Feilai himself would personally take action and teach the victim a lesson. This was Chen Feilai's indulgence of his son, Chen Shilai, to be domineering in the West Mountain Bazaar. Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others were immediately angry, fiercely staring at Chen Shilai and cursing in their hearts. Chapter 998. This little bastard actually wanted to scam them and even used his father's name to threaten them. How preposterous! Chen Shilai, let me tell you, even if your father is here, you have to return our heaven-level magic treasure or exchange it with the points we agreed on. Chen Fai said proudly, his expression firm and unquestionable. Chen Fajing and the others clenched their fists, looking like they were ready to teach the other party a lesson at any time. Humph, how dare you? Do you want to die? My father is Chen Feilai, the captain of the law enforcement hall. If you dare to hurt me, I will immediately ask my father to hold you responsible. Chen Shilai was not scared. He had been running rampant in the West Mountain Bazaar for such a long time and had long known that only when he was strong would others fear him. After he shouted, he waved his hand. Immediately, his followers came forward one after another, blocking in front of Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others. The strength of those followers could not be underestimated. They were actually powerful fourth-stage Wuzun. If they fought, Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others would not have an easy time. Seeing the situation, Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Chen Feilai was originally the captain of the law enforcement hall, the person who upheld the rules of the first hall. However, his son violated the rules, but he indulged him and did not pursue the matter. If someone violated the rules or touched his son, he would harm the victim in the name of righteousness and rules. Therefore, under the management of Chen Feilai, who knowingly broke the rules, the safety of life in the first hall was not considered good. Get out of my way! That swindler Chen Shilai took our heaven-grade magic treasures, but didn't give us any points. Nor did he return our heaven-grade magic treasures. This is cheating and robbery. You saw it with your own eyes. Could it be that you want to stand up for a swindler like Chen Shilai? Chen Fajing stared at the attendants before him. These attendants were all Chen Shilai's bodyguards. This was also the reason why Chen Shilai dared to be so arrogant. Ordinary people really couldn't hurt him. Humph! Protecting our Lord is our sacred duty. We don't care about our Lord's life and character. Chen Shilai's followers shouted loudly. Damn! It seemed that the only way to solve this problem was to take action. Otherwise, even if Chen Shilai didn't return the heaven-grade transcendent artifact to you, would you just watch him leave like that? Wouldn't that be letting him have his way? Chen Fai and Chen Fajin couldn't stand it. If he went to Captain Chen Feilai, he was afraid that Chen Feilai would side with his son, Chen Shilai. Thinking of this, Chen Fai became ruthless. He gritted his teeth and said, Chen Shilai, you're courting death. How dare you force us like this? Fajin, go to Captain first and see what he has to say. If Captain doesn't suppress us, we'll definitely kill him. We're from the Law Enforcement Hall. Naturally, we have to uphold the Law Enforcement Hall's rules. If others violate the rules in front of us, it's like slapping our faces. It will also make other brothers look down on us. Okay, I'll go to Captain now. Not to mention asking for Captain's help. As long as Captain doesn't participate in this matter, we'll take all the responsibility ourselves. Even if we're punished, we'll kill this little bastard. This bastard even dares to bully us. Wouldn't the others be bullied miserably by him? Chen Fajing shouted loudly and hurriedly left the group, wanting to find Xiaoyang. No need to find me. I'm already here. Xiaoyang watched their movements and heard their conversation. He slowly walked over. Captain, Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others hurriedly saluted Xiaoyang and greeted him respectfully. They really wanted to ask Captain why he was here, but after thinking about it, they chose to remain silent. Now was not the time to exchange greetings. It was the time to discuss how to deal with Qin Shilai. Xiaoyang slowly said, I came to the West Mountain Market to see if there's any good stuff. In the end, I didn't expect to see this kind of thing. Well, you guys did well. Since we're from the Law Enforcement Hall, we have to uphold the Law Enforcement Hall's rules. No matter how big the other party's background is, no matter who the other party's backer is, if you violate the rules, then you'll be punished. Xiaoyang encouraged them and affirmed their behavior and attitude. Chen Fajing and Chen Fai's eyes suddenly lit up and they looked excited. They felt that following Xiaoyang was a wise choice. At least they wouldn't be cowardly and wouldn't feel aggrieved. Thinking back to when they followed Zuiqiu Tang, they felt so wronged and depressed, and also so cowardly and shameful. Yes, Captain. Chen Fai shouted and then said, Captain, we'll take responsibility for this matter. You don't have to get involved. Anyway, we're already very grateful for your support and affirmation. We're just afraid that this matter will affect you. Xiaoyang naturally knew their good intentions. They were just afraid of causing trouble for him. If it weren't for this, they probably wouldn't have been able to suppress their temper and anger. Don't worry. Since you're my subordinates, I, as a captain, naturally can't give up on them, nor can I watch you being bullied. Xiaoyang said confidently. He had been dissatisfied with Chen Feilai for a long time, but he hadn't said anything. Now, Chen Feilai indulged his son in swindling others, and this indulgence had lasted for several years. Presumably, many people were dissatisfied. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Chen Feilai and Chen Shilai, these two vermin, Xiaoyang would naturally be happy. Yes, Captain. Chen Fajing and Chen Fai were full of fighting spirit and high spirits. All of you, come with me. Let's teach them a lesson. Chen Fajing shouted loudly and rushed forward to attack. Every time they fought side by side with Xiaoyang, they were able to turn danger into safety. Xiaoyang was like their spiritual pillar, their soul. As long as Xiaoyang was there, they would not be afraid of anything, and they could do whatever they wanted. You dare? Come with me. Teach them a lesson and teach them a lesson. Chen Shilai saw Chen Fai, Chen Fajing, and the others take action. He hurriedly shouted and ordered his subordinates to attack. Then he took the opportunity to slip away. Chen Shilai's cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the 3rd level of Wuzun. In normal battles, he wouldn't rush to the front line. After all, the guards would do the work. What he was best at was escaping and calling for help. In any case, if he could win the fight, then he would fight and crush the victim with all his might. If he couldn't win the fight, then he would directly go back to get reinforcements and look for his big backer, his father, the captain of the Law Enforcement Hall, Chen Feilai. He believed that as long as Chen Feilai came with a team, no one would dare to disobey. If anyone disobeyed, the Law Enforcement Hall's power would tilt and no one could stop them. Once they resisted, it would be considered resisting arrest. They would go against the Law Enforcement Hall and the Jigo sect. Chapter 999. You piece of trash, you want to leave? Not a chance. Xiaoyang sneered when he saw Chen Shilai trying to escape. He immediately released his origin energy and performed the greater teleportation technique. A terrifying teleportation force instantly erupted and acted on Chen Shilai's body. In the next moment, Chen Shilai suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyang, and he appeared inexplicably. At least, Chen Shilai had a very confused expression on his face. He was originally running towards the east, but he came to the west, and one of them even grabbed him by the neck. He had never suffered such a big loss before. As soon as he saw Xiaoyang and sensed Xiaoyang's cultivation aura, he was scared out of his wits. Xiaoyang was a rank 5 powerhouse of Wuzun, and his cultivation aura was 2 realms higher than his. As long as Xiaoyang wanted to, he could kill him with a pinch of his fingers. You, who are you? I I tell you, my father is the captain of the law enforcement hall, Chinfeilai. Don't mess around, or my father will definitely teach you a lesson. Chun Shilai, who was being held by Xiaoyang by the neck, kept shouting with a panicked expression. He was very scared, as if shouting like this was the only way to alleviate his fear. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't break free from Xiaoyang's grip. Bastard, I'm telling you, you'd better let me go, or I won't let you go. Chun Shilai struggled several times, but he couldn't break free from Xiaoyang's grip. He could only threaten Xiaoyang again. Xiaoyang's mouth curled up, and his eyes were full of contempt. He chuckled, then stretched out his hand and directly slapped him twice. Slap, slap. 2 crisp sounds were heard. Chun Shilai was stunned. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. How could the other party be so bold as to hit him when he had already introduced himself? Did he really not want to live anymore? Bastard, bastard, you're dead for sure. Let me tell you, I'll remember you. When my father comes, he'll pull out your tendons and peel off your skin to show you who's boss. Chun Shilai touched his swollen cheeks and felt a burning sensation. It was extremely painful. It was so painful that the corners of his eyes were wet, as if he was crying. He had never suffered such grievances before. Aren't you going to tell your men to stop? Xiaoyang did not sympathize with the other party, nor did he show any pity. He only spoke coldly, without any expression on his face, appearing very cold and emotionless. Chun Shilai was so scared that she trembled with fear. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would really kill him. In his opinion, his life was much more valuable than Xiaoyang's. If he lost an arm or a leg, it was not something that Xiaoyang's life could compensate for. All of you, stop. Stop hitting me. I've been captured. Damn. What's the use of keeping you? You're really embarrassing me. Chun Shilai shouted at his guards. His voice was stern, and he kept cursing. He was so angry that it was as if it was the guard's fault that he was captured by Xiaoyang and not his fault. He had always been such a selfish person. When the attendants heard Chun Shilai shout, they all stopped. They did not continue to tangle with Chun Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. They turned around and looked at Xiaoyang. They said coldly, "Let go of our young master, or you'll know how to write the word death." Slap. Xiaoyang gave another slap to Chun Shilai's face and said coldly, "Tell your men to shut up, they're too noisy." Chun Shilai was helpless. He stroked his cheek in pain, and then shouted at his lackeys, "Did you hear that? Shut up." The attendants and guards could only remain silent, but their eyes were still fierce and threatening as they stared at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He said calmly, "Hand over the heaven-level magic treasure, or use the points we agreed on to exchange for it. This is the rule. Anyone can violate the rule, including you." Chun Shilai naturally did not dare to disobey. His life was now in Xiaoyang's hands. He hurriedly took out the heaven-level magic treasure from his storage ring and returned it to Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. He said, "This is your magic treasure. Keep it well. I'll teach you a lesson later." Even if he returned the magic treasure to others, he could not help but threaten them. This made Xiaoyang feel quite displeased, and he coldly harumphed as he turned around and slapped him. Slap. Chun Shilai was completely stunned. He looked at Xiaoyang with an aggrieved face. "I did as you asked. Why did you still hit me? Don't play like this, okay?" Xiaoyang did not even look at him. Then he glanced at the crowd of onlookers and said loudly, "If anyone had their treasures and points stolen by Chun Shilai before, stand up now and get them back." As soon as he said this, several senior and junior brothers immediately stood up and said fiercely to Chun Shilai, "Chun Shilai, you stole my points before. Give them back. And my pills and magic treasures. My talismans and puppets." As these people stood out, it was like a trigger. Following that, more and more people stood out. At first glance, there were dozens of people. This made Xiaoyang's scalp tingle. He had offended almost half of the people in the West Mountain Bazaar. It could be seen how detestable Chun Shilai was. Qin Shilai, you have paid their debts. Of course, I will let you go. As for how you want to deal with me after this, I will accompany you at any time. Xiaoyang said indifferently. There was no doubt. As the leader of the first team of the law enforcement hall, he naturally had to uphold the principle of upholding the rules and not let people violate the rules. Qin Shilai was so arrogant because of his father's identity that he should be taught a lesson. Qin Shilai glanced at the people in front of him, and his face immediately darkened. He had been greedy for 3 years, used many tricks, found many reasons, and spent a lot of effort to swindle these things. Now he had to return them all. Of course, he was unwilling. However, under Xiaoyang's cold gaze, he did not dare to refute. He could only take out his belongings and return them one by one. As for some that had been used up, he used his points to compensate. Qin Shilai looked at the wealth disappearing little by little. He was so distressed that he almost cried. No, I really have nothing. I have done as you said. Can you let me go now? Qin Shilai looked at Xiaoyang pitifully. Xiaoyang snorted and slapped him again. He threatened, "These slaps are a lesson for you. If you dare to violate the rules of the first hall in the future, I will definitely teach you a lesson." After saying this, Xiaoyang directly threw Qin Shilai to the ground. There was a bang. Qin Shilai gasped in pain as if his buttocks were cracked. Chapter 1000. Seeing that Xiaoyang, the god of killing, was here, he did not dare to scream, for fear that Xiaoyang would make trouble for him. His attendants and guards hurried forward and helped Qin Shilai up. Qin Shilai was ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to his own people. Seeing these guards and attendants, he was so angry that he snorted and scolded them. Then he slapped them in the face as a reward. None of the attendants avoided it. It seemed that he was venting all the humiliation and anger he had suffered from Xiaoyang on these attendants. After being slapped, these attendants and guards lowered their heads and did not dare to resist. "Let's go!" Qin Shilai shouted fiercely with a cold expression. This time he had kicked an iron plate and kicked Xiaoyang's head. He admitted that he was at a disadvantage. However, Xiaoyang would not have an easy time. Qin Shilai was angry in his heart. After walking a little farther, he turned around and stared at Xiaoyang with hatred. He threatened, "Boy, wait and see. Today's matter is not over. I will definitely teach you a lesson." Humph. After leaving these words, Qin Shilai left in a hurry. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would use his mysterious means to catch him again. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others also felt that they had vented their anger. This little bastard Qin Shilai had always been lawless, and scrupulous, arrogant, and supercilious. Now that they had taught him a lesson, they felt very happy. "Captain, this time we have provoked Qin Shilai. I'm afraid that we are in big trouble. Captain Qin Feilai will definitely not let us go easily," Qin Fajing said with a worried face, although he felt very good just now. After that, he had to think about the consequences. Just the thought of it was terrifying. After all, Qin Feilai had always been very protective and had always indulged and spoiled Qin Shilai. If Qin Feilai found out about today's incident, Qin Feilai might come straight for him. Even if he wouldn't kill them openly, he would at least use his position to avenge his personal grudges and secretly make things difficult for them. After all, Qin Feilai's status was there. As the saying goes, a higher official can suppress someone to death. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Xiaoyang comforted them. "During this period of time, all of you should go into seclusion. Don't worry about the matters of the law enforcement hall for now. At worst, you can just leave the law enforcement hall. I'm very familiar with senior brother Qianguang. If you can't stay idle, I'll get you to help out in the training hall." Xiaoyang explained confidently. After all, every hall needed manpower. Now that Qianguang had just been promoted, he hadn't gotten involved in all kinds of government affairs. At present, he was also very short of manpower. If some reliable people were introduced to him, he would definitely be happy. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others immediately stopped panicking. They were all excited and their eyes were filled with joy. "Thank you, Captain. We'll listen to Captain." Although Captain Qin Feilai might be dangerous and needed to be careful, Qian Guang's skills weren't weak either. When the time came, if Qian Guang asked for help, Qian Guang would definitely help out on account of their friendship in the past when they went to the human ghost mountain together. Thinking of this, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others relaxed. Isn't this Xiaoyang? Now, he's already the captain of the first team of the law enforcement hall? It's really a young hero. Captain Xiao, thank you for your help. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I won't be able to get back the points I lost in this life. A victim said gratefully. The rest of the victims also opened their mouths and thanked Xiaoyang. Yes, thank you, Captain Xiao. That Qin Shilai is lawless and has no regard for the law. Who knows how many people he has bullied. Now, he has finally learned his lesson. Captain Xiao, you've helped us get back the magic treasures we lost. Please accept our respect. Many people who had been oppressed and humiliated by Qin Shilai knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyang. No, get up quickly. As a member of the law enforcement hall, I naturally have to enforce the law impartially. You also have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, you will be the next to be dealt with. Xiaoyang hurriedly ran his cultivation and helped them up. Everyone was amused and laughed. Captain Xiao, we are all law-abiding businessmen with more than 10 years of credibility. Don't worry, we won't add to your burden. We will definitely abide by the law. Xiaoyang gave them a few words of encouragement and then left. They were really in the limelight. They were all very enthusiastic and wouldn't leave if they didn't. Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others were also praised by the disciples of the West Mountain Bazaar and were very respectful to them. In the end, the heaven-level magic treasures in their hands were bought by a buyer at the market price of 150 points. This made Qin Fajing and the others happy for a while. After leaving the West Mountain Bazaar, they began to distribute the points. Qin Fajing took 1/3 of the points, and the remaining 2/3 were divided equally among the three of them. They didn't stand on ceremony. In short, they all gained a lot. After parting ways, they returned to their respective caves to cultivate. After Qin Shilai left the West Mountain Bazaar with the guards, he immediately found his father, Qin Feilai, and told Qin Feilai everything that happened in the West Mountain Bazaar. In order to exaggerate the tragedy at that time and the injuries he suffered at that time, he even added oil and vinegar to Qin Feilai, so that Qin Feilai would hate Xiaoyang. After Qin Feilai knew the whole story, he immediately became angry and directly slapped Qin Shilai's face, scolding Qin Shilai for being useless. Qin Shilai's actions in the West Mountain Bazaar. Qin Feilai had always heard about it. After lecturing and scolding Qin Shilai, Qin Feilai began to sigh again. He had no choice, after all, he only had one son, and beating him was also out of love. If Qin Shilai could be a little more competent, he wouldn't be so angry. That's enough. What's the point of crying? Qin Feilai glared at the crying Qin Shilai. Because of Qin Feilai's majesty, Qin Shilai immediately stopped crying and just kept pleading, hoping that Qin Feilai would seek justice for him, and even threw a tantrum. Qin Feilai's eyes were cold, and he said coldly, "Xiaoyang, you're courting death, humph." Then he said to Qin Shilai, "Get up, don't kneel. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you. During this time, you should go into closed-door cultivation, and don't always come out to cause trouble." Qin Shilai hurriedly said, "Dad, I want to get rid of Xiaoyang. As long as I get rid of him, I'll go into closed-door cultivation." He was putting forward a condition to Qin Feilai. If it was in the past, Qin Feilai would definitely slap him. But this time he didn't. He pondered for a moment and said, "Xiaoyang really can't be left alive. All right, I'll give you a chance to get rid of him." "Really? Oh, Dad is so nice. I knew I was your biological son." Chapter 1001. Qin Shilai was immediately overjoyed and shouted happily. Qin Feilai was already very dissatisfied with Xiaoyang. Do you still remember Zhuo Qiuhang? Zhuo Qiuhang was originally the hall master of the training hall and had a very close relationship with Qin Feilai. They were also very close to each other. Later, Xiao Yang wiped out Zuoqiutang 3000 extreme, and the others, causing his interests to be greatly damaged. In addition, Xiao Yang was not someone who would curry favor with a superior, so Chen Feilai hated him even more. He blinked and looked at the gloomy sky in the distance, saying coldly, "Xiao Yang, you've repeatedly courted death, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Xiao Yang had already returned to his cave residence. Now, he was the only one who had nothing to do. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Dragon Lady had all gone into seclusion. 3000 Light and 3000 Desolation had formed a team with others to carry out a mission. Only Xiao Yang was left alone. Sigh, it's a bit boring. Forget it. Why don't I contact Bao Dating and go to Bodhi Island again? If I really get a high-grade heaven-class magic treasure, I can also improve my physical body. Xiao Yang thought so. His current cultivation had already reached Wu Zun level 5, but his physical body was only at Wu Zun level 4. If the difference between the two was too big, the balance would be lost, and it would be troublesome. This was the reason why Xiao Yang did not go to Poison Valley to cultivate. Since his experience on Bodhi Island and Human Ghost Mountain, his cultivation had completely stabilized and climbed to the peak of Wu Zun level 5. As long as he went to Wolf Valley again, he would definitely break through to Wu Zun level 6. However, this way his physical body would not be able to keep up. When his realm was weak and the difference between his physical body and his cultivation was a bit big, it was fine and could be suppressed. But now that his cultivation had gradually become stronger and more profound, he could no longer be like before. After Xiao Yang thought about it clearly, he took out the inscribed jade slip that Bao Dating had given him and began to contact it. Activating his cultivation, he infused it into the jade slip. Immediately, the jade slip was activated. A halo appeared on the surface of the jade slip, and Bao Dating's figure condensed in the halo. "Hey, brother, have you made your decision? Come, let's meet at the 5-Li Pavilion," Bao Dating said to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't refuse. He nodded and replied, "Okay." Then he walked out of the cave. As soon as he walked out of the cave, he saw a person flying over. It was Qiu Rengui. Ever since he rescued Qiu Rengui and the others from the Human Ghost Mountain, he hadn't seen them. He didn't expect Qiu Rengui to come this time. He just didn't know why Qiu Rengui was looking for him here. "Senior brother Rengui, congratulations. You've made progress in your cultivation." Xiao Yang saw Qiu Rengui coming and immediately cupped his hands to greet him. Qiu Rengui came in front of Xiao Yang, chuckled, and said, "This is all thanks to you." "Thank you, senior brother Xiao Yang." "Well, do you want to come in and have a seat?" Xiao Yang asked Qiu Rengui. Qiu Rengui hesitated and said, "Senior brother Xiao Yang, I came to you this time to inform you of a bad news. I hope you can be prepared." "Oh, what kind of news is it?" Xiao Yang was surprised and asked. Qiu Rengui said, "It's like this, you offended Qin Shilai at the West Mountain Bazaar, and Qin Shilai has reported it to Qin Feilai. Qin Feilai has secretly gathered 2 6th-stage Wu Zun experts to deal with you, so you should be careful during this period." Xiao Yang thought it was very likely. He then cupped his hands again and said to Qiu Rengui, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Rengui. I will be careful." Xiao Yang then took out a Bodhi fruit from his storage ring and gave it to Qiu Rengui, saying, "Senior brother Rengui, this is a small gift. I hope you don't mind." Xiao Yang had taken more than 10 Bodhi fruits when he was at Bodhi Island. So far, he had only given 1 Bodhi fruit to Qin Feilai, which was considered to have completed his task. There were still many left. Since Qiu Rengui was so righteous and kind, of course he should give something back. Qiu Rengui glanced at the Bodhi fruit in Xiao Yang's hand. At first glance, he did not recognize it as a Bodhi fruit and thought it was an ordinary spirit fruit. In that case, he would accept it. In this way, they would exchange favors, and the other party would not need to remember this favor. However, After his gaze lingered for 2 breaths, his body suddenly stopped. His outstretched hand also stopped in an instant, and he did not continue to extend his hand, because he recognized it. It was a Bodhi fruit. Oh my, this is amazing. This Bodhi fruit was very important and precious. Even the flesh of the giant ice python could not compare to it. This senior brother Xiaoyang, is this a Bodhi fruit? Qiu Ringue asked in disbelief. If it was an ordinary spirit fruit, he would accept it. But if it was a Bodhi fruit, it was too precious, and he did not dare to accept it. Previously, he was indebted to Xiaoyang for saving his life in the human ghost mountain. He had not repaid the favor yet, so how could he accept another favor? Otherwise, he would not be able to repay it in his lifetime. Senior brother Ringue, this is naturally a Bodhi fruit. I got it from Bodhi Island. I still have a lot of it, so I'll give you one. This Bodhi fruit is very beneficial to your cultivation. Take it, Xiaoyang explained. No, it's not good. Qiu Ringue was in a dilemma. To be honest, the Bodhi fruit was a good thing, and he also wanted to get it. However, he could not take Xiaoyang's things empty-handed. Xiaoyang naturally understood Qiu Ringue's mentality. He chuckled and said, Senior brother Ringue, you're treating me as an outsider. In the future, let's get together more often. Only by improving our cultivation and strength can we bring greater protection and benefits to each other. What do you think? This sentence did make sense. Qiu Ringue said frankly, Senior brother Xiaoyang, although that's what you say, I still feel that I owe you too much. That's because you're treating me as an outsider. All right, I still have to go see Bao dating. Thank you for the news. I'll be prepared. This Bodhi fruit is yours, Xiaoyang said with a smile. He was very generous and magnanimous. He directly stuffed the Bodhi fruit into Qiu Ringue's hand, then burst out with his origin power and used his movement technique to leave the place in an instant. When Xiaoyang appeared again, he was already in a pavilion on a mountain peak. Inside the pavilion, Bao Inquire was already waiting for them. Senior brother Xiaoyang, you're here. Come, have some tea. This is the top-grade spirit tea that I went through a lot of trouble to get. Bao dating smiled when he saw Xiaoyang. He invited Xiaoyang and then asked Xiaoyang to sit opposite him. He began to make tea. For cultivators with cultivation, making tea was simple. It didn't matter if they had a teapot or not. This was because they could condense it with their cultivation. Chapter 1002. Xiaoyang said with a smile, Senior brother Bao dating, I've decided to go to Bodhi Island with you guys. You should give me the blueprint, right? Bao Inquire smiled as he brewed the tea. It's only right. Then he took out the blueprint from his storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyang. He dared to do so because he knew Xiaoyang well and trusted Xiaoyang. Bao dating knew very well about what happened at the West Mountain Bazaar because he saw it with his own eyes. He also knew about Zuiqiu Tang, and 3,000 extremes. That was why he chose Xiaoyang. After Xiaoyang received the blueprint, he began to look at the map markings and descriptions on it. Because he had been to Bodhi Island before, he was generally familiar with the island. The map on the blueprint was very clear. It even described in detail how many taboos there were, where there were traps and so on. Of course, Xiaoyang was more concerned about the high-grade heaven-level Dharma treasure. According to the standards on the blueprint, the high-grade heaven-level Dharma treasure was in the central area of Bodhi Island. It seemed that it would be very difficult to get it, and it would be extremely dangerous. Thinking back to when he entered the central area of the island to pick the Bodhi fruit, he almost lost his life. After looking at it for a while, Xiaoyang slowly put away the blueprint. Although there were certain difficulties, it did not mean that he could not succeed. At the very least, he had to try. After trying, he would know how difficult it was. When are we leaving? Xiaoyang asked after putting away the blueprint. Tomorrow morning, Bao dating replied. Then he poured tea for Xiaoyang. The tea was boiling hot, dark green and very fragrant. It was also very ornamental, and the spiritual energy was overwhelming. Xiaoyang took a breath. It's really not bad. Then he took small sips of the tea and poured the entire cup. He felt that the spiritual tea had turned into countless cultivation power and was enriching his body. Not bad, not bad. Good tea, good tea. Xiaoyang praised him repeatedly. Xiaoyang then took out the Bodhi fruit and handed it to Bao Dating, saying, I, Xiaoyang, am not someone who takes things for free. This Bodhi fruit is for you. I know that one of your goals in going to Bodhi Island is to find the Bodhi fruit. Consider this as helping you accomplish one of your goals. As for the other goal of Bao Dating, which was to break through on Bodhi Island, he could only rely on himself. Wow, it's really a Bodhi fruit. Oh my God. Senior brother Xiaoyang, you're really amazing. How did you get it? Bao Dating was a knowledgeable person. He recognized the Bodhi fruit at a glance and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Then he sighed at Xiaoyang's power. He really wanted this Bodhi fruit, but he didn't take it directly. The Bodhi fruit was extremely valuable and was considered a priceless treasure. Even if you had enough spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. If you wanted to exchange for a few points, you would need at least thousands of points to have a chance of doing so. Moreover, you could not exchange for it at any time. Bao Dating was now on the verge of a breakthrough. He really needed a Bodhi fruit, the kind that he really needed. However, he still restrained himself and pushed the Bodhi fruit back to Xiaoyang. He said, Senior brother Xiaoyang, although I really need the Bodhi fruit, I can't accept it without doing anything. Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to explain, Bao Dating beat him to it. I gave you the blueprint because you want to join this team and accompany us to Bodhi Island to fulfill the team's duties and obligations. Therefore, you deserve it. It's also what I promised you. After arriving at Bodhi Island, if you feel guilty about taking the blueprint, you can protect me. I want to find an opportunity to break through on Bodhi Island. In this way, we won't owe each other anything. Bao Dating was also a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and hatred. It was not difficult for him to take something that did not belong to him. He was not greedy and did not rob. He was very honest. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, It's like this. I'm giving you this Bodhi fruit. When I get the heaven-level superior grade Dharma treasure, you have to help me. Although that was what he said, Xiaoyang did not care about this help. He just wanted the other party to take the Bodhi fruit with a clear conscience. Because he had taken the other party's blueprint, he wanted to return it with the Bodhi fruit. After joining the team, although Xiaoyang was very useful to them and could give them some protection, their teammates would also protect Xiaoyang. Therefore, Xiaoyang did not want to take advantage of them for no reason. Bao Dating was stunned. He did not expect Xiaoyang to come up with such an explanation. He smiled and said, Okay, I promise you. I swear that after going to Bodhi Island, I will help you find the heaven-level superior grade Dharma treasure and help you obtain it. Then he accepted the Bodhi fruit with a clear conscience. Senior brother Xiaoyang, you're really impressive. You're worthy of respect. This time, Bao Dating sincerely respected Xiaoyang. At least, Xiaoyang's character was worthy of praise. Like him, they were the same kind. Since brother Xiaoyang is so polite, I should also confide in you about your impartiality today and offending Qin Shilai. Bao Dating wanted to tell him that Qin Feilai wanted to deal with Xiaoyang, but just as he thought of it, Xiaoyang chuckled and said, Chen Feilai borrowed 2 6th-stage experts from Wu Zun to deal with me, right? Haha. Qiu Ringue had already told him about this matter. He did not take it to heart at all. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, looking curiously at Bao Dating. Bao Dating was stunned, his expression shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. He could not believe it. His information had always been first-hand. How could anyone know about it before him? Bao Dating coughed, somewhat embarrassed, and said with a smile, Indeed, I did not expect brother Xiaoyang to know about it first. I did not expect your information channels to be so wide. He once again looked at Xiaoyang in a new light. Xiaoyang shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Bao, you think too highly of me. I just happened to know about this matter. Don't worry, I have the confidence to deal with it. Right, the team has obligations and rules. You should tell me about it first. Bao Dating naturally did not hide this. He said, I told you once before. Generally speaking, everyone does their own thing. If you encounter a teammate in trouble, or know that a teammate has sent out a distress signal, then just go and help. It's that simple. It was indeed simple. Xiao Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. He was also used to being alone. In a dangerous place like Bodhi Island, one more person meant one more degree of danger. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes, looked at Bao Dating and said, Since you already know that Qinfeilai will send experts to deal with me, why do you still want to invite me? At that time, if I have to face those two experts, won't you be in a difficult position? Hearing this, Bao Dating suddenly hesitated. Chapter 1003. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have made a decision. He immediately said, Brother Xiaoyang, to tell you the truth, I know about this, so I specially invited you to meet here. My purpose is to dissuade you and prevent you from joining, so as to not harm the other teammates. He laughed bitterly and continued, However, I have to say that your character is very charming and has completely attracted me. Therefore, I have decided that you will accompany me. If Chen Feilai calls for help to deal with you, I will definitely not stand by and do nothing. As for the others, you don't need to know them. When the time comes, we will set off together. This was the decision that Bao Dating made after much consideration. Xiao Yang naturally had no objections and was happy to be alone, so he agreed on the spot. After the two of them finished their discussion, they both left. After resting for a night, dawn arrived the next day. Xiao Yang arrived at the rendezvous point and waited quietly. One after another, many senior and junior brothers from the first hall joined. There were a total of more than 10 people. Xiao Yang stood far away and kept a distance from them, indicating that he was not in the same team as them. Bao Dating also came and greeted Xiao Yang from afar. Then he walked forward and explained to the leader. The leader glanced at Xiao Yang and didn't pay much attention to him. Let's go. Their team of more than 10 people began to set off for Bodhi Island. Xiao Yang followed behind alone. His destination was also Bodhi Island. This time, he only needed to remember that Bao Dating was his only companion. After flying for more than half a day, they once again arrived at Bodhi Island. Xiao Yang looked at this somewhat familiar Bodhi Island and felt a little emotional. He did not expect to come here again after just a few days. However, this time his purpose was only to find the high-grade heaven-level magic treasure marked on the map. The last time he came, his purpose was to carry out the Law Enforcement Hall's mission. There was a difference. At least this time, Xiao Yang was very free. Basically, he only needed to protect himself. As for Bao Dating, he would not be in any danger for the time being because he was still with the main group and had not been separated. After arriving at Bodhi Island, Bao Dating and the others scattered one after another. They all had different goals, so they could not gather together. Bao Dating also left the group and came to Xiao Yang. Brother Xiao Yang, it's been hard on you. Bao Dating looked at Xiao Yang apologetically. He originally wanted to invite Xiao Yang to join the team, but changed his mind. Now, only he and Xiao Yang were on the same side. Xiao Yang chuckled and said, Brother Bao, you're treating me like an outsider. I've always been a loner who doesn't get along with others. I'm happy to be free and unfettered, so you don't have to be like this. Hearing Xiao Yang's comforting words, Bao Dating did not blame himself so much. Let's go, senior brother Xiao Yang. Let's go to the center of the island first and find a heaven-level superior grade magic treasure. After that, I'll find a place with rich spiritual energy to cultivate so that I can break through my current cultivation. Bao Dating was very righteous and generous. He wanted to help Xiao Yang complete the mission first, and this was under the premise that he knew that Xiao Yang had a powerful enemy. Xiao Yang naturally knew that Bao Dating was being kind. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Bao, you should improve your cultivation first. I'll protect you, The higher your cultivation, the more help you will be. That made sense. Bao Dating could not refute it. Blushing, he nodded helplessly and expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyang. He knew that Xiaoyang was thinking for him and wanted to help him break through his cultivation first. It was not easy to meet such a compatriot who was willing to think for others. After all, Xiaoyang had been to Bodhi Island before, so he was quite familiar with this place. "Brother Bao, come with me. I know a good place that should be suitable for you to cultivate," Xiaoyang said faintly. "Okay, then I'll listen to you, Senior Brother Xiaoyang." Bao Dating did not hold back. Xiaoyang took Bao Dating and flew towards the north. After flying for half a cup of tea's time, they arrived at a canyon. There were rare beasts in the canyon, as well as all kinds of precious medicinal herbs. There were also all kinds of dangerous formations and terrifying restrictions, as well as traps that could kill without spilling blood. When Bao Dating saw this canyon, he was a little flustered. He could not feel any threat, which meant that there were many dangers inside. He needed to be careful and not be careless. Xiaoyang was able to see through the arrays and restrictions with a single glance. He was even able to ignore 90% of the traps. As the eternal poison lord in his previous life, he had mastered countless formations, restrictions, and mechanisms. These childish array formations and restrictions did not enter his arcane eyes at all. The last time he came to Bodhi Island, he entered the center of the island alone and obtained the Bodhi fruit. Let alone the second time. Naturally, he was more familiar with the place. "Come, follow my footsteps. Don't go wrong," Xiaoyang called out. "Okay," Bao Dating responded. He was going all out and chose to believe in Xiaoyang. With a serious expression on his face, he followed Xiaoyang seriously. Xiaoyang began to enter the canyon and deliberately slowed down so that Bao Dating could keep up. He deliberately avoided the restrictions, mechanisms, and formations. After half a cup of tea's time, they successfully entered the canyon. Bao Dating breathed in the air in the canyon and felt that the spirit qi was astonishing. It was unbelievable. Xiaoyang casually used his cultivation and opened up a small cave residence. Then he said to Bao Dating, "Brother Bao, you go to the cave residence to cultivate. I will guard you." After saying this, he took out 2 Bodhi fruits and handed them to Bao Dating. "Just in case, prepare some more Bodhi fruits." Bao Dating was stunned. He looked seriously and deeply at Xiaoyang, then took the Bodhi fruits from Xiaoyang and entered the cave residence to cultivate. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, but he had not found the right opportunity. When he came out of the canyon, he felt that something was different. The existence of different thoughts was the opportunity for a breakthrough. The Bodhi fruit also had the effect of helping a breakthrough. If he failed once, he could break through a second time. Anyway, with the help of the Bodhi fruit, the success rate would be much higher and he would feel more at ease. After watching Bao Dating walk into the cave residence, Xiaoyang casually set up a few formations and even sealed the entrance with boulders. Then he walked out of the canyon alone. Outside the canyon, he waited silently. As long as Bao Dating broke through, Xiaoyang's next step would be to find a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. If Bao Dating had not given him this blueprint, Xiaoyang would not have been able to find a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure. Xiaoyang had speculated that if he could refine a high-grade heaven-level magic treasure and integrate it into his body, the strength of his physical body would soar to the level of Wu Zun 6th tier. Chapter 1004. Wu Zun 6th stage. That was the realm of a mighty figure. One had to know that the Hall Master was only Wu Zun 7th stage. It could be seen how rare and powerful Wu Zun 6th stage was. As long as his physical body and cultivation reached Wu Zun 6th stage, Xiaoyang was confident that he could win first place in the competition between the 3 palaces. The competition between the 3 palaces was a task personally assigned by Hall Master Li Shuri. If he could complete this task, Li Shuri would definitely reward him greatly. This was an opportunity for Xiaoyang and the 3,000 lights to rise again. He must not miss it. Just as Xiaoyang was thinking, 3 auras quickly approached from the horizon. Xiaoyang raised his eyelids, frowned, and glanced in that direction. He immediately felt relieved. It turned out that Chen Shilai had brought experts to find him. There were a total of 3 of them. Except for the one in the middle, who was Qin Shilai, the other 2 should be experts invited by Qin Filai. The 2 were Wu Zun's 6th-stage powerful experts. Light flashed like a comet. Chen Shilai and the other 2 instantly landed not far in front of Xiaoyang, with a distance of 10 feet between them. Xiaoyang, I finally found you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Humph! Let's see where you can hide this time. Qin Shilai's mouth curled up and sneered. After seeing Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but feel proud. Last time at the West Mountain Market, he was humiliated miserably by Xiaoyang. After returning home, he was taught a lesson by Qin Feilai. Now he could finally take revenge and find a chance to wash away his shame. Oh, it's you, the trash Qin Shilai. Why are you looking for me? Xiaoyang sneered. He did not put Qin Shilai in his eyes at all. Even his father, Qin Feilai, was not taken seriously by Xiaoyang, let alone this ant. Was the lesson I gave you last time not enough? So you want to enjoy it again this time? I'm happy to fulfill your wish. Xiaoyang said proudly, humiliating Qin Shilai. Originally, he thought that after teaching Chen Shilai a lesson at the Shishan Bazaar, the other party would know his mistake and change. He did not expect that the other party would become even worse. Not only did he not repent, but he also became even more ferocious and ruthless. Now he even led people to intercept Xiaoyang and wanted to kill Xiaoyang. From this, it could be seen how vicious the other party's heart was. He was simply a snake. Of course, Xiaoyang was not afraid. Xiaoyang had long been prepared for the arrival of the 2 experts. Since Chen Shilai was courting death, Xiaoyang naturally had no reason to let him go. Previously at the Shishan Bazaar, Xiaoyang had the idea to kill the other party. However, he thought that the other party was still young and should have a chance to change, so he did not kill him. However, now that the other party was so stubborn and had even personally set foot on Bodhi Island to kill him, there was nothing to say. If he had to be killed, then he would kill. In the Jigo sect, he had to be careful of Chen Feilai. However, if he killed on Bodhi Island, Xiaoyang did not have the slightest burden. He could just shirk all the blame. Bodhi Island was dangerous. This was common knowledge. In such a dangerous Bodhi Island, it was normal for accidents to happen. Even if Chen Feilai and the Hall Master came forward, they would not be able to hold him accountable. Xiaoyang had already calculated. Chen Shilai, how about it? How about I let you make the first move? Xiaoyang grinned and looked at Qin Shilai disdainfully. Qin Shilai snorted coldly. His face was ashen, and his body released a murderous aura. His eyes were full of killing intent. Xiaoyang, don't be so smug. Don't think that you're so smart. I'm here to deal with you personally. Do you think I'll fight you? I know that I can't beat you. Why would I throw my life away? Qin Shilai responded coldly to Xiaoyang. Oh, what do you mean? Qin Shilai, are you afraid? Are you afraid of death? Huh. Xiaoyang immediately laughed. His laughter was filled with schadenfreude. In fact, he knew Qin Shilai's intention. He just pretended not to know and deliberately mocked Qin Shilai. One must know that Qin Shilai brought 2 powerhouses here. His intention was very obvious. He planned to use these 2 powerhouses to deal with him. Qin Shilai was mocked by Xiaoyang until his face turned black. His murderous aura surged, and he couldn't wait to roll up his sleeves and kill him personally. He just held it in. He said fiercely, Xiaoyang, laugh all you want. Today is the day you die. Next year, today will be the day you die. Humph, old Huang, go kill him. Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai immediately took 2 steps forward and released Wu Zun's 6th Order aura. They faced Xiaoyang and prepared to kill Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, someone asked us to kill you, so prepare to die. Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai snorted coldly and then burst out with a terrifying source of energy. They displayed shocking martial skills to kill Xiaoyang. Qin Shilai was watching from the side. When he saw Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai's terrifying combat strength, he couldn't help but be excited. His eyes were filled with joy, and he shouted loudly at Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, prepare to die." "Haha, who asked you to offend me? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Xiaoyang, if you surrender now and let yourself be captured, kowtow and apologize to me, I can let you die with dignity. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Once they cripple your cultivation, I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll let you know what cruelty is." Qin Shilai shouted loudly. He was more excited than anyone else. Although he wasn't a match for Xiaoyang, it didn't matter. As long as he could find a powerhouse to help him, it would be fine. In this era, connections and wisdom were the most important. Experts like Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai were still used by them. Xiaoyang was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Shilai. He began to focus on the battle with Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai. He blinked his eyes, glanced at the two's attacking methods, and deduced their martial skills. Then he immediately used the earthly Qi Azure Dragon to break the deadlock. The three of them exchanged blows for the first time. Xiaoyang suffered a small loss and was at a disadvantage. Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai had the upper hand. The advantage was very obvious, but they also knew that Xiaoyang was a tough nut to crack. It seemed that he wouldn't be easy to deal with. "Haha, Xiaoyang, do you know the power of Wu Zun's 6-stage powerhouse? These two powerhouses are working together. You're only at the 5th stage of Wu Zun. Won't you be easily killed? If you're willing to crawl under my crotch and be my slave from now on, I'm willing to spare your life." Qin Shilai saw that Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai had the upper hand in their first exchange. He was very proud and couldn't help but jump on the spot. He even did a somersault. "Noisy," Xiaoyang snorted. With a cold face, he ignored him and focused on preparing for the battle. He had the confidence to fight against two powerhouses alone, but it would take a lot of effort. "Xiaoyang, you're no match for us. Why don't you choose to surrender?" Huang Zhongli stared at Xiaoyang and advised. Wang Fulai did the same. He sneered, "Xiaoyang, Qin Shilai is a man of his words. We can be your guarantor. As long as you become his slave, you can keep your life." Chapter 1005. Both of them harbored evil intentions. From the previous attack, they knew that Xiaoyang was not an easy person to deal with. Therefore, if they could persuade Xiaoyang with a few words, they could complete the mission and return earlier. Of course, they did not expect that they could persuade Xiaoyang with a few words. "Two lackeys. Despite having such a cultivation base, you still want me to order you around like old dogs. What qualifications do you two have to talk to me?" Xiaoyang cursed loudly, not leaving any face for the two of them. "You're courting death." Good. I'll let you know how to write the word death." Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai snorted coldly, their killing intent surging. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed their origin energy to perform martial skills. They charged ferociously at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly and performed a mid-grade earth level martial skill, the invincible divine sword technique, to fight with them. The three of them fought for half a cup of tea's time, but there was no clear winner. Although Xiaoyang was at a disadvantage, he was still very difficult to deal with. He had been defending all along, and from time to time he would launch an unexpected attack. Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai had used up all their trump cards, but they still could not take down Xiaoyang. This made them anxious and helpless, and their mood gradually became irritated. "Xiaoyang, let's see how long you can last." Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai were fighting very angrily and vexingly. For experts like them, they could easily wipe out more than half of the 5th Order martial venerables by themselves. Now, the two of them joined forces, but they could only maintain the upper hand and could not take down Xiaoyang. This made them extremely angry. What's the use of saying so much? If you have the ability, then do it. I think you're desperate. I'm just standing here, and you can't do anything to me." Xiao Yang shouted proudly, his face full of pride. So what if the other party's cultivation was high? So what if the other party had more people? In the end, they still couldn't take him down. Moreover, Xiaoyang had prepared backup plan. The three of them had been fighting for more than half a day, and each of their cultivations had been severely depleted. The more they fought, the more Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai felt fear and apprehension. Before coming here, he had thought that this would be a trivial matter and that he would be able to complete the mission easily. However, after taking action, he discovered that Xiaoyang Wu Zun Tier 5 was not as simple as he had imagined. They had discovered that Xiao Yang's physique was so strong that it was comparable to Wu Zun's fourth order physique. So it turned out that he was a dual cultivator. How could he be so powerful? Xiao Yang exchanged a palm strike with them. Then he was hit by the recoil and was sent flying in different directions. They landed on the top of 3 mountains, respectively, standing against the wind. The wind blew up their long hair and their robes. In this cold and austere environment, their fighting spirit became purer, and their killing intent became thicker. Xiao Yang blinked. The wind was a little strong, and his eyes were a little uncomfortable. "All right, I've played with you for so long. It's time to end it." Xiao Yang smiled calmly, seeming to have a card up his sleeve. It was as if everything was under his control. In fact, he had already informed Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng, who were still on Bodhi Island, through the soul blood he had in his possession, asking them to bring their teams over to help. Previously on Bodhi Island, Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng wanted to kill Xiaoyang, Qin Fai and Qin Fajing to steal their treasures. However, later on, they were defeated by Xiaoyang. As a matter of fact, Xiaoyang took their soul blood. They couldn't resist it all and could only wait for death. Their mission was to come here to find blood snake stones. Although blood snake stones weren't as precious as Bodhi fruit, they were still very difficult to find. After so long, they still hadn't found them. Just as well, Xiaoyang called them over. Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng's teams also came. They weren't far away. They saw Xiaoyang fight 2 level 6 experts of Wu Zun with their own eyes. This made them look at him in a new light and also shocked them. They already knew that Xiaoyang was very awesome, but they didn't expect him to be awesome to this extent. These were level 6 experts of Wu Zun. Even if it was just one of them, it would be enough to wipe out their second and third teams. Not to mention 2 of them. No wonder they were defeated by Xiaoyang. They didn't lose unjustly. Li Qiufeng, Lu Qifeng, you've watched enough. It's time to come out. You just need to delay one of them. After this is over, I'll return the soul blood to you and write off what happened in the past. If you don't want to write it off, it's up to you. I'll be waiting for your challenge at any time." Xiaoyang, who was standing on the top of the mountain, circulated his cultivation and let out a lion's roar. Everyone could hear it clearly. Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng were immediately excited. Their eyes lit up, and their hearts were jumping with excitement. One had to know that if the soul blood was controlled by someone else, it was like someone else controlling one's life. This was a very dangerous thing because one's life and death were in the hands of others. If the other party was unhappy, they could humiliate you. It was equivalent to selling yourself to others and becoming someone else's servant. If there was a chance, who wouldn't want to take back their soul blood? Fight for freedom, fight for life. Thinking of this, Lu Qifeng and Li Qiufeng looked at each other and saw the decision in each other's eyes. They planned to put aside their differences and join forces to fight the enemy first. They had no choice now. If they didn't fight, once Xiaoyang was defeated, it was very likely that they would be buried with him. Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng didn't dare to take the risk, so they could only step forward bravely and prepare to accept the challenge. It was their first time fighting against a rank 6 powerhouse of Wu Zun. They were also very nervous. Their hearts were heavy and their backs were already sweating. Fortunately, Their team members were not afraid of death and planned to help their captain to fight the enemy. It was equivalent to 10 of them holding back one of the soul blood. This was a deal. They erupted with the power of laws and soared into the sky. After a few leaps and flashes, they arrived in front of Qin Shilai. Li Qiufeng and Lu Qifeng weren't stupid. Qin Shilai had brought Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai, 2 powerhouses, to deal with Xiaoyang. Then the focus was on Qin Shilai. If they released a signal and let Huang Zhongli and Wang Fulai know that someone wanted to harm Qin Shilai, they would definitely return to protect Qin Shilai. This way, they could successfully hold back one of them. Li Qiufeng, Lu Qifeng, what do you want to do? Don't you want to stay? Don't say that you don't know me. My father, Qin Feilai, is your captain. Do you want to rebel? Qin Shilai saw Li Qiufeng, Lu Qifeng, and the others suddenly appear and surround him. He immediately became nervous and took a few steps back in fright.